Chapter 323 Chapter 323 Setup 1 Chapter 323 Setup 1 In Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Di Tian brought his clone back to his room. After entering the room, Di Tian spoke to his clone. Avatar, it's a good thing that you're fine. Let's see why you went to the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground previously. When the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court heard Di Tian's words, his expression froze as well. He then spoke to Di Tian. Master, how did you know my whereabouts? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court had always felt that he had hidden his whereabouts very well. Moreover, if the main body was near him, there was no reason for him to not sense it. Upon hearing the words of the clone, Di Tian smiled as well. Senior has everything under his control. Let's fuse together, and you'll naturally understand. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court nodded when he heard Di Tian's words. He could sense Di Tian's trust in Xiao Changtian. In addition, since Di Tian was able to take on an existence like the heaven-swallowing dog as his pet, he didn't have to worry about the safety of his main body. Hence, the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court also smiled at Di Tian. After that, he continued. I'm very happy to see you. Let's merge. As he spoke, the same light rose from Di Tian and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court transformed into specks of starlight and fused into Di Tian's body. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor who were conversing in the courtyard, the Ice Emperor also mumbled when she sensed the changes in Di Tian. Master is already fusing. Let's go and guard it. As the Ice Emperor spoke, the chaos ants in the bamboo forest were also staring at Di Tian's house. This fusion has caused quite a commotion. It would be bad if it disturbed Master. As it spoke, the chaos ant's two antennae also lit up with a silver light. After that, a spatial barrier enveloped Di Tian's room, completely isolating the aura in the room. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor, who were outside Di Tian's room, they saw this spatial barrier. The Demon Empress said to the Ice Empress beside her in shock. This level of spatial energy was also released by that senior. Sensing the spatial barrier in front of him, the Demon Empress did not doubt that as long as she walked forward, she would be killed by the spatial wind blades contained within. The Ice Emperor shook her head and bowed to the bamboo forest in the courtyard. No, it's from the chaos ants that senior raised. Chaos ants. When the Demon Empress heard the Ice Emperor's words, she was stunned. Why did she hear the names of two divine beasts today? First, he saw the heaven-swallowing dog at the entrance, and now he heard the name of the chaos ant. With this thought in mind, the Demon Empress said to the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, you mean? Yes. You don't know yet. Take a closer look at the courtyard and you'll understand everything. The Ice Emperor also knew what the Demon Emperor wanted to ask him, so she slowly said to him. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Demon Empress turned her gaze to the courtyard. He looked at the goldfish in the pond in the courtyard. Was this the ancestral dragon? In the Demon Empress's field of vision, she saw an ancestral dragon whose fate suppressed the heavens swimming around in the pond. Then, the Demon Empress saw a turtle riding on a giant panda. When he looked carefully, he only saw a black tortoise surrounded by endless seawater appearing in his field of vision. The black tortoise sensed the Demon Empress' gaze and looked at him. The Xuanwu is so focused on the Demon Emperor, feeling the true flow of the yuan on his body is slow by 1 point. While Black Tortoise was watching the Demon Emperor, the fat Rongrong below him also opened her eyes. Boss, what's wrong? No, you can continue sleeping. Hearing the fat Rongrong's words, Black Tortoise slowly replied. Then he retracted his head back into his turtle shells. Below the Black Tortoise are the Iron Eaters. These are all legendary divine beasts. It seems that my horizons are still too low. Then the Demon Empress also saw the other divine beasts in the courtyard. A phoenix whose body was covered in an endless fire domain. There was also a divine monkey that was emitting golden light from its entire body. And the cat in Xiao Changtian's arms was not a cat, it was a white tiger. Sensing the divine beasts in the courtyard, the demon empress also re-examined the entire courtyard. No wonder the divine emperor was asked to be a bricklayer. The demon empress murmured as she looked at and oppose the walls and floor of the courtyard. The bricks that made up the walls and floor of the courtyard were all top-notch immortal artifacts. How could ordinary people move these immortal artifacts? He had come to an immortal realm, right? In an instant, the demon empress suddenly had this thought. The ice emperor looked at the demon emperor's shocked expression and smiled at him. Demon emperor, when I first came here, one felt the same as you. In my opinion, Senior might not be a person from the divine realm at all. Other than playing around in the human world, he came here to set up a trap. Set up a trap? The demon empress was already shocked, so she couldn't help but ask when she heard the ice empress's words. Then, the ice emperor nodded slowly and continued. Yes. From what I've been thinking recently, Senior is setting up a trap and we're all chess pieces. As for what the chess game is, it's not something I can pry into. When she spoke, the ice emperor also showed a trace of respect. When the demon empress heard the ice emperor's words, she nodded in agreement. According to the situation he had seen when he first arrived here, these divine beasts and these legendary things. Everything was presented in front of him. The possibility of the Ice Emperor's scheme was very high. While they were talking, Di Tian, who was in the room, had also completed the fusion. In the room, Di Tian, who had his eyes shut, slowly opened them. When he opened his eyes, the aura on his body rose steadily and he had already reached the God Emperor realm. After fusing with his clone, Di Tian also left his room. The spatial barrier created by the chaos ants also slowly disappeared. After Di Tian came out, he bowed in the direction of the bamboo forest in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. The chaos ant in the bamboo forest also glanced at him. Without responding, its figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. When they saw Di Tian walking out of his room, the Devil Emperor and Ice Emperor also bowed to him. Congratulations, Master. Upon sensing Di Tian's aura, the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor knew that Di Tian had succeeded in fusing with his clone. Di Tian stared at the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor before him as he nodded his head. Then, he said to them, "Let's go." Although Senior knows our situation like the back of his hand, he still have to tell him. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, 10 Miles Sword God arrives at the Tianyuan continent again 1. Chapter 324, 10 Miles Sword God arrives at the Tianyuan continent again 1. Tianyuan continent. A black figure stood in the air and looked at the scenery below with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Tianyuan continent, I'm back. The black-robed man looked down at the ground and muttered. According to the Divine Lord, the news of the black-robed Divine Emperor's death came from his hometown. In order to resurrect you as soon as possible, I will definitely obtain the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court for you. The black-robed man stood in mid-air and continued to mutter to himself. After seeing his figure clearly, he realized that he was the owner of the Dark Chamber, the 10-Mile Sword God. 10-Mile Sword God clenched his fists tightly. Then, his body turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon, the 10-Mile Sword God appeared at the periphery of Great Sun Town and saw the Great Sun Town in front of him. The 10-Mile Sword God instinctively stopped in his tracks. His plans on the Tianyuan continent had been greatly disrupted by the experts here. No, I'm already at the strength of a god monarch. Even in the divine world, I'm still a powerhouse. Why would one be scared by this small town? 10-Mile Sword God mocked himself in his heart before shaking his head. Thinking of his purpose for coming here, the 10-Mile Sword God flew straight into Great Sun Town. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao was also walking on the streets of Daong Town. He was carrying a bamboo basket in his hand, and inside the basket were the ingredients that Xiao Changtian had ordered him to buy. With Lin Ruomiao's appearance, she was a rare beauty in Daong Town. Hence, Lin Ruomiao received many gazes as she walked on the streets. Lin Ruomiao was walking on the street when a black shadow flew past her. This aura? Sensing this aura, Lin Ruomiao's expression changed, following which, her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lin Ruomiao disappear, a great Sun sect disciple on the street could not help but say to a companion beside him, "The fairy suddenly disappeared just now. Did you see that?" Upon hearing the words of this great Sun sect's disciple, the other great Sun sect's disciples nodded their heads. Yes. As expected of senior's disciple. To us, we can only watch from afar and not play with her. Hearing this great Sun sect disciple's words, the other great Sun sect disciples nodded in agreement. In the sky above Great Sun Town, Sword God 10 Miles released his holy sense and scanned the area below. In his perception, most of the people in Great Sun Town were mortals. The strength of the Great Sun sect disciples in the town was also average. Most of them were in the Golden Core realm. How did he fail so many times here? Sword God 10 Miles looked down at Great Sun Town, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. His current strength was no longer the same as before. Even if that person was still here with his strength, there was no reason for him not to discover it. 10 Miles Sword God did not think that there was an existence here whose strength surpassed a divine lord. It seems that the person from before has also left this place. The 10 Miles Sword God looked down at Great Sun Town and muttered, "However, what is the black-robed deity emperor doing here?" 10 Miles Sword God's figure was probing in the air. His mind was spinning rapidly, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Hiding here isn't a bad choice for the Lord of the Divine Court. It's a pity that those fellows in the Divine World thought that the Master of the Divine Court would hide in the Divine World. Fortunately, one didn't join their alliance with the Heaven Demon sect. Thinking about this, 10 Miles Sword God revealed a smile. Then, Sword God 10 Miles' expression changed. He felt a sense of danger and instinctively retreated to the side. After 10 Miles Sword God retreated, a saber beam flashed past him. Bang! The saber light missed, but it created a crack in space. Looking at the crack in the sky, 10 Miles Sword God felt a little terrified. If that saber light had hit him, he might have been beheaded on the spot. With a lingering fear, the 10 Miles Sword God looked around him but did not find anyone. He could only cup his fists and say to the air in front of him, "I wonder which senior from the divine realm has come here. I'm the 10 Miles Sword God of the Red Cloud Divine Hall." The 10 Miles Sword God knew that he was no match for the other party, and it was clear that such strength did not come from the Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, the Tianyuan continent would not have been called the lower realm. The power of the strike just now was even more powerful than that of Sir God Hongyun. That was the Godly King. The Godly King was an expert who ruled over the divine world. He enjoyed the offerings of countless sects below and the dense spiritual energy of the divine world. Such a person would stay in the lower realm for a long time unless there was something wrong with his brain. Therefore, 10 Miles Sword God felt that the other party was an expert from the divine realm who had just happened to come to the lower realm. By mentioning Red Cloud Sacred Hall, Sword God 10 Miles wanted to make the other party fear him for the sake of Red Cloud Sacred Hall. After all, the old ancestor of the Red Cloud Divine Hall was the Red Cloud Divine King. He was a well-known powerhouse in the divine world. "You're called 10 Miles Sword God? Very well. Today 1 foot 11 inches make you pay with your blood." Sword God 10 Miles thought that the other party would show mercy to him because of Divine King Red Cloud. He did not expect to hear such a threatening female voice. Then, Lin Ruomiao, who was dressed in white and had long hair fluttering in the wind, appeared in front of 10 Miles Sword God. Looking at Lin Ruomiao in front of him, 10 Miles Sword God really could not think of how he had offended her. When he went to the divine world, he had been cultivating diligently and had basically not interacted with anyone. With this thought in mind, the 10 Miles Sword God also cupped his fists at Lin Ruomiao. "Fellow Taoist, how did Shirley offend you?" Lin Ruomiao's expression turned even colder when she heard the 10 Miles Sword God's words. She unsheathed the dagger at her waist and was about to attack the 10 Miles Sword God. When Lin Ruomiao unsheathed her dagger, the 10 Miles Sword God hurriedly raised his hands. His life's dream had yet to come true, so how could he die in philosophy? For her, he had to live on. 10 Miles Sword God raised his hands and made a surrendering gesture. He then said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, I don't think I've offended you in any way, so please tell me. If Shirley really offended Senior in some way, Shirley would be killed by Senior, and Shirley would accept it. Moreover, with Senior's strength, you don't have to worry about escaping 10 Li." The 10 Miles Sword God's mind spun rapidly as he spoke slowly to Lin Ruomiao. When Lin Ruomiao heard the 10 Miles Sword God's words, she also raised the dagger in her hand and pointed it at him. "All right, then I'll let you die with an understanding. Back then, it was because of your scheme that caused dozens of people in my Lin family to die. I live to take revenge on you." As Lin Ruomiao spoke, the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to slow down a little. Chapter 325 Chapter 325 The Lin family is not dead? Underscore. Chapter 325 The Lin family is not dead? I. Lin family? When the 10 Miles Sword God heard Lin Ruomiao's words, there was still some doubt on his face. Ever since he arrived in the divine world, he had basically not killed anyone, let alone killing a family. He had never even heard of this Lin family. On the other hand, he had been forced to deal with some clans on the Tianyuan continent. Could it be? Thinking of this, the 10 Miles Sword God seemed to have thought of something and said to Lin Ruomiao, "You're from the Tianyuan continent, not the divine realm." Lin Ruomiao pointed the dagger in her hand at the 10 Miles Sword God and stared at him coldly. "It seems like you have remembered something. Now, pay the price for what you have done." As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao walked towards the 10 Miles Sword God step by step. As Lin Ruomiao approached, the 10 Miles Sword God also felt a pressure descend on his body. Under this pressure, 10 Miles Sword God felt that the flow of true essence in his body was abnormal. How terrifying was his strength! The 10 Miles Sword God found it difficult to imagine that someone from the Tianyuan continent would have such terrifying strength. Could it be that the person in front of him was the one who had caused him trouble back then? Moreover, he was his subordinate against someone from the Lin family. All sorts of guesses flashed through the 10 Miles Sword God's mind. As Lin Ruomiao approached, the 10 Miles Sword God also knelt before him. "Senior, I'm sorry. I know I've done many despicable things in the past. But those were all to resurrect my wife. Moreover, the Lin family members are actually not dead. They were only imprisoned. Part of the reason I came back this time is to release them." Upon hearing the name 10 Miles Sword God, Lin Ruomiao stopped in her tracks and looked at him. Her hand that was holding the dagger trembled slightly as she slowly said to the 10 Miles Sword God, "Are you saying that my parents are still alive?" As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao's tone clearly contained a trace of excitement and joy. Seeing Lin Ruomiao stop, the 10 Miles Sword God also felt the pressure on his body lessen a little. He continued to speak to Lin Ruomiao. "Yes, Senior, that's right. They're currently locked up somewhere. If you don't believe me, one can bring Senior over right now." Lin Ruomiao looked at the 10 Li Sword God's sincere expression and her hope for her family to be alive increased. He slowly put down the dagger in his hand and said, "Tell me, where exactly is it? We'll go over now. Don't play any tricks, or you'll die even more miserably." As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao slowly regained her icy tone. Before she truly met her parents and clansmen, it was impossible for Lin Ruomiao to let go of the hatred in her heart. Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, 10 Miles Sword God hurriedly activated the true essence in his body. He began to create a map of the Tianyuan continent in front of him and Lin Ruomiao. With the 10 Miles Sword God's understanding of the Tianyuan continent, he quickly completed the map and pointed to a location. 10 Miles Sword God slowly said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, it's here. Let's go." As soon as the 10 Miles Sword God finished speaking, Lin Ruomiao's voice immediately sounded in his ears. With Lin Ruomiao's strength, the 10 Miles Sword God and her arrived at the location he had pointed out in a short while. This happened in the blink of an eye, but when they suddenly arrived at another place, 10-Mile Sword God felt a little dizzy. He didn't react in time. He looked at Lin Ruomiao beside him, his eyes flickering. "We're here. Where is he?" Lin Ruomiao looked at this space. Below her was a surging sea, and the sky was empty. There was no place to lock people up, let alone dozens of people. Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, 10-Mile Sword God also adjusted the aura on his body. Then, the true essence in his body gathered, and he muttered something. When the 10-Mile Sword God cast his spell, a small door appeared in the space in front of Lin Ruomiao and the others. Looking at the small door in front of him, the 10-Mile Sword God said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, your family is inside." Then, 10-Mile Sword God brought Lin Ruomiao in. As soon as she walked past the small door, she heard the sound of children. Then, 3 figures appeared at the door. "Stop, who has come here? Report your name." Hearing this voice, Lin Ruomiao's brows furrowed slightly, as though she was about to attack at the slightest disagreement. When the 10-Mile Sword God saw Lin Ruomiao's expression, he hurriedly waved at the 3 figures in front of him. "Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, long time no see." Upon hearing the 10-Mile Sword God's voice, the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor were all stunned. Then, they said to the 10-Mile Sword God with some joy, "You're back." Back then, when the 10-Mile Sword God went to the divine world alone, the 3 of them had also made an agreement with her. The 3 of them helped him guard this place. After the 10-Mile Sword God went to the divine world to roam around, he also came back with his body to ascend. It seemed that the 3 of them would have to endure too much here. When the 10-Mile Sword God heard the words of the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor, he said to them, Yes. This time, I also intend to release the people here." "That's great. You found a way to resurrect your wife?" The 3 of them also knew about the 10-Mile Sword God's obsession to ascend to the divine world. The 10-Mile Sword God had done so many things just to revive his wife. Just as the 10-Mile Sword God was about to respond, he saw Lin Ruomiao's figure flash and disappear on the spot. "I'll tell you later. I'll go over first." Following that, the 10-Mile Sword God's figure also turned into a stream of light and flew inside. "Did you see how they passed by just now?" The Heaven Queen said to the Demon Emperor beside her when she saw the 2 people suddenly disappear in front of her. "No, the aura on their bodies is too terrifying. When they disappeared, I felt like they had never been here before." When the Demon Emperor heard the Heaven Queen's words, he also expressed his feelings. "Is this the strength of a god? It's really something to look forward to." The Demon Emperor had a smile on his face as he slowly said. Then, the 3 of them turned into a stream of light and flew inside. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao had already arrived in front of a small courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, an old woman and an old man were surrounded by a group of children. The old man and the old woman were also happily playing with them. When they saw this scene, tears appeared in Lin Ruomiao's eyes as she muttered, "Father, mother." When Lin Ruomiao finished speaking, the old man and the old woman in the courtyard seemed to have sensed something and looked outside. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, I've seen something my master can't solve, 1. Chapter 326, I've seen something my master can't solve, 1. Inside the small world, in front of the small courtyard. The old man and the old woman in the courtyard looked at Lin Ruomiao, who was outside the courtyard, and hurriedly walked out. "Ruomiao. Father, mother." As they spoke, Lin Ruomiao also wanted to hug them tightly. Looking at Lin Ruomiao and her parents hugging each other, Sword God 10 Miles felt touched for some reason. When he waited for his wife to be resurrected, he and she should also be like this. While the 10-Mile Sword God was deep in thought, the Heaven Queen and the other 2 came to his side. "After you leave, we will follow your instructions and move all of them here. Of course, we also provide them with good food and drinks." "What about her?" Upon hearing the Heaven Queen's words, the 10-Mile Sword God nodded as well. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. In the cave in the mountain in front, only the cold air inside can maintain her condition to the greatest extent. Hearing the Empress's words, Shirley Sword God also looked towards the cave in front of him. If Lin Ruomiao wasn't still here, 10 Miles Sword God would have had the urge to rush over to check. Soon, we will meet again. 10 Miles Sword God looked at the mountain peak in front of him and said slowly in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, 10 Miles Sword God also took out 3 cultivation techniques from his interspatial ring. After distributing them to the Heaven Queen and the others, the 10 Miles Sword God slowly said to them, "This is what they promised you back then. Whether they can succeed or not depends on themselves." With the 10 Miles Sword God's strength, it was not difficult for him to obtain 3 cultivation techniques that matched the Heaven Queen's attributes. After the 3 of them received the cultivation technique from the Shirley Sword God, their faces were filled with joy. Then, they thanked the 10 Miles Sword God and went to look at their own cultivation techniques. To them, being able to advance a step further in the realm that they had not advanced for many years was undoubtedly their long-cherished wish. After Lin Ruomiao exchanged pleasantries with her parents, she knew that the Lin family and the 10 Miles Sword God had not lost many people. Most of them were just arrested. But here, they weren't abused. At first, they had thought of escaping, but to them, the strength of the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor was too great. As time went by, they got used to the life here and continued to live normally. The children beside them were the boys and girls that the 10 Miles Sword God had captured back then. After coming here, they had also lived with the Lin family. Seeing that her family was safe and sound, Lin Ruomiao was no different from being reborn. The hatred in her heart also slowly disappeared. The aura on his body also became more mysterious. Sensing the change in Lin Ruomiao's aura, the 10 Miles Sword God didn't know what had happened. However, he was certain that Lin Ruomiao was stronger than before. Arriving at Lin Ruomiao's side, the 10 Miles Sword God once again knelt before her and slowly said, "Senior, I have an unkind request. Please help me." He looked at the 10 Miles Sword God and Lin Ruomiao, and the hatred they had for him had lessened. Perhaps it was because he could see his family again, but Lin Ruomiao still said to the 10 Miles Sword God, "Get up. If there's anything, tell me first." When the 10 Miles Sword God heard Lin Ruomiao's words, he was also a little excited. He stood up from the ground and said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, please revive my wife." When the 10 Miles Sword God went to the divine world, he originally thought that he could quickly find a way to revive his wife. He did not expect that in the divine world, reviving others was actually a very difficult matter. With the help of the Red Cloud Temple, although the 10 Miles Sword God had obtained a lot of resources and his cultivation had improved rapidly, he had indeed not made any progress in reviving his wife. Upon hearing the 10 Miles Sword God's words, Lin Ruomiao slowly said to him, "Let me take a look at your wife's current condition. I'm not very good at resurrection." Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the 10 Miles Sword God felt a trace of joy in his heart. Even though Lin Ruomiao said that he was not good at reviving, at least he now had a new hope. With Lin Ruomiao's strength, even if she couldn't help him resurrect his wife, she might be able to provide him with some other information. In the eyes of the 10 Miles Sword God, Lin Ruomiao's strength was an existence at the Godly King or even the Godly Emperor realm. "Senior, please follow me." As he spoke, Sword God 10 Miles took the lead and flew toward the mountain peak behind him. When the 10 Miles Sword God stood up, Lin Ruomiao also informed her family. He followed Sword God 10 Miles and flew toward the mountain peak behind him. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Lin Ruomiao followed behind 10 Miles Sword God. Looking at the situation on both sides of the cave, the weather was different from the outside. The walls on both sides of the cave were covered in a layer of ice. The temperature inside the cave was much lower than outside. Following that, 10 Miles Sword God and Lin Ruomiao arrived at a place similar to an underground palace. In the center of the palace was a coffin. When he saw the coffin, the 10 Miles Sword God's eyes were filled with sadness. He caressed the coffin with his palm and slowly opened it. As soon as the coffin was opened, A gust of cold air blew into his face. Then he saw a beautiful woman lying inside. Looking at the figure in the coffin, the 10-mile sword god said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to take a look." Lin Ruomiao nodded at the 10-mile sword god. Then he released his spiritual sense and flashed it over the woman in the coffin. After Lin Ruomiao examined the matter of the 10-mile sword god's wife, the 10-mile sword god looked at Lin Ruomiao nervously. After a while, Lin Ruomiao slowly retracted her spiritual sense. Then, the voice of the 10-mile sword god sounded. "Senior, how can I have a way?" Lin Ruomiao shook her head when she heard the anticipation in the 10-mile sword god's words. "With my ability, one have no way to save her. Or rather, she has been dead for many years." When the 10-mile sword god heard Lin Ruomiao's words, his eyes dimmed a little, and tears appeared in his eyes. Lin Ruomiao's heart skipped a beat when she saw the 10-mile sword god like this. She continued, "However, if my master makes a move, he might be able to save your wife." "Really?" Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the 10-mile sword god seemed to have seen new hope as he spoke to Lin Ruomiao excitedly. Yes. "Up until now, I've never seen anything that master can't solve." Lin Ruomiao looked at the 10-mile sword god in front of her and said slowly. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Fairy Just Smiled at Me, 1. Chapter 327, Fairy Just Smiled at Me, 1. Above the Tianyuan continent, Lin Ruomiao and the 10-mile sword god's figures flashed past in the air. After informing the Lin family, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10-mile sword and hurried back to Daong town. As for the Heaven Queen, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor, they continued to guard there and cultivate the cultivation techniques that the 10-mile sword god had given them. In mid-air, Lin Ruoyuo said slowly to the 10-mile sword god, "10-mile sword god, I know you want to revive your wife, but you still have to pay attention to something. Master is currently tempering his heart in the mortal world and playing around. When you go over, don't disturb his cultivation." When the sword god of 10 miles heard Lin Ruomiao's words, he nodded at her. It was not easy for him to find hope of reviving his wife again, so the 10-mile sword god paid close attention to every word Lin Ruomiao said. Lin Ruomiao looked at the 10-mile sword god and didn't say anything. Then, the two of them landed on the surface of Daong town. In the small town, the Great Sun Sect's disciples saw Lin Ruomiao, who had suddenly landed on the main street. Their eyes also turned towards her. "Fairy is back," a Great Sun Sect disciple said slowly to his companion. Then, a Great Sun Sect disciple looked in Lin Ruomiao's direction and took out a bamboo basket from his interspatial ring. "Fairy, you left it behind when you left last time." As he spoke, this Great Sun Sect disciple was obviously a little shy and his face was slightly red. Lin Ruomiao looked at the Great Sun Sect disciple in front of her and the bamboo basket in his hand. It was the bamboo basket that he had left in Daong town when he sensed the aura of the 10-mile sword god chasing after him. Originally, he wanted to buy the ingredients that Xiao Changtian told him to buy again, but he didn't expect someone to send them to him. She slowly took the bamboo basket from his hand and smiled at him. "Thank you so much." The Great Sun Sect disciple was stunned when he saw Lin Ruomiao smile. "No need." After saying these two words, the Great Sun Sect disciple walked towards his companions. Lin Ruomiao watched the Great Sun Sect disciple leave and said to the 10-mile sword god behind her, "Follow me. Master should be in the courtyard." After Lin Ruomiao left with the 10-mile sword god, the Great Sun Sect disciple said excitedly among the group of Great Sun Sect disciples, "Did you see that? Fairy smiled at me just now." They were the outer sect disciples of the Great Sun Sect and usually patrolled the town in shifts. They had seen Lin Ruomiao many times, but for some reason, Lin Ruomiao was a cold goddess in their eyes. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ruomiao smile. It seems that something good has happened to Fairy recently. A Great Sun Sect disciple stroked his head and said slowly. Then he saw the Great Sun Sect disciple who was still immersed in it. "Little Jiao, You can't be thinking of love, right? Even if the fairy smiled at you, it's still something we can only dream of. That's right. You should wash up and sleep. I'm afraid that you'll get hurt in the future. Don't say any more. Hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, we won't have any money for food this month. A group of Great Sun Sect disciples surrounded a Great Sun Sect disciple named Xiao Jiao and chattered. It was impossible to tell if they were envious or jealous. While the Great Sun Sect disciples were talking in private, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10-mile sword god to Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Come in with me. Lin Ruomiao held the bamboo basket in one hand and pointed at the courtyard in front of her body with the other as she spoke slowly to the 10-mile sword god behind her. As soon as he entered the courtyard, 10-mile sword god saw a dog holding a chess piece in each hand, playing chess by itself. Was this the legendary heaven-swallowing dog? The 10-mile sword god looked at Alpha at the door, feeling a little shocked. When he was in the Red Cloud Shrine, Sword God 10 Miles had also flipped through many ancient books in an attempt to find a way to revive his wife. While he was checking, the 10-mile sword god also knew about the existence of the heaven-swallowing dog. He did not expect to be lucky enough to see this legendary divine beast today. 10-mile sword god still wanted to observe his surroundings, but he saw that Lin Ruomiao had already walked forward. He also stopped sweeping his gaze around and immediately followed. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was playing with the goldfish in the pond in the backyard. He threw some food here and there. That's right. You guys are just too lazy. Xiao Changtian looked at the goldfish swimming in the pond and said slowly. At the same time, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10-mile sword god to Xiao Changtian's side. Master! Xiao Changtian heard Lin Ruomiao's voice and turned around. He saw Lin Ruomiao and the 10-mile sword god beside her. It's Ruomiao. How is it? Have you bought all the ingredients? Yes, they're all in the basket. As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao also showed Xiao Changtian the bamboo basket in her hand. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw the bamboo basket. Then he said to the courtyard, Jiao, Ruomiao bought the ingredients. Take them and wash them. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiahuang hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. Lin Ruomiao passed the bamboo basket to Xiao Changtian. When Mu Jiahuang saw the sword god of 10 miles, she frowned. This person. Jiao, is there a problem? Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang, who was holding the bamboo basket in a daze, and said slowly to her. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiahuang shook her head. No, master. Then, Mu Jiahuang walked to the side with the bamboo basket. With master around, there was nothing to worry about. Everything was within master's calculations. When Mu Jiahuang was looking at the 10-mile sword god, the 10-mile sword god was also looking at her. The empress was one of the people who had obstructed him on the Tianyuan continent. It was rumored that the mysterious expert was the empress's master. Could it be that the person in front of him was the one who had caused him repeated setbacks back then? Sword God surely scanned Xiao Changtian's body and found that he didn't have any aura. This meant that the person in front of him was far stronger than him. Sensing the gaze of the 10-mile sword god, Xiao Changtian said to Lin Ruomiao. Ruomiao, this person looks unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce him? After Lin Ruomiao heard Xiao Changtian's words, she also glanced at the 10-mile sword god. To be honest, she didn't know much about the 10-mile sword god either. Lin Ruomiao didn't collect much information about him either. She was only cultivating diligently. After Lin Ruomiao's signal, the 10-mile sword god also cupped his fists at Xiao Changtian. Senior, I'm Sword God 10 Miles from Red Cloud Temples. Chapter 328 Chapter 328 The Revival of the 10-Mile Sword God's Wife, 1. Chapter 328 The Revival of the 10-Mile Sword God's Wife, 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian stood in front of Lin Lingmiao and 10-Mile Sword God. Red Cloud Temple, I know why you're here. Xiao Changtian clapped his hands and said slowly. Then he walked into his room. Looking at Xiao Changtian's back, Sword God Lin Shirley was stunned. He hadn't even said anything, and Senior already knew. Then, Sword God 10 Miles saw Xiao Changtian walk out of his room. When he came out, he was holding a picture scroll in his hand. Very quickly, Xiao Changtian arrived in front of 10 Miles Sword God and slowly said to him, "Take this." The last time he was wandering on the streets, Xiao Changtian had met Divine King Red Cloud. At that time, he chatted with Deity King Red Cloud for a while before drinking in a small tavern on the street. During their chat, Deity King Red Cloud had also mentioned that he had a Red Cloud shrine and had several thousand disciples. Of course, Xiao Changtian would only think that he was talking nonsense after he was drunk. After all, who in the cultivation world did not have the dream of cultivating immortality? Even though Deity King Red Cloud was already old, she had not given up on the pursuit of immortal cultivation. Following that, Divine King Red Cloud also said that she admired his calligraphy and painting. While chatting, Xiao Changtian and Divine King Red Cloud felt like they were in the same boat. Xiao Changtian thought that his paintings were not worth much, so he decided to give one to Deity King Red Cloud. Today, when he heard Sword God 10 Miles mention Red Cloud Divine Hall, Xiao Changtian immediately recalled this matter. He gave the painting he had just made to the 10 Miles Sword God. 10 Miles Sword God took the calligraphy from Changtian, opened it and saw 10 words. Wildfire can't burn, but spring breeze can grow again. Then, 10 Miles Sword God found himself in a place that was covered in flames. Under the burning flames, all the vitality in the surroundings quickly dissipated. The flames were devouring everything here. Then, after the flames died down, 10 Miles Sword God saw the ground below burst with powerful life force again. Grass grew from the ground and soon covered the land. After that, other creatures appeared here, and the surroundings were filled with exuberant vitality. Feeling the exuberant vitality around him, tears flowed down from the 10 Miles Sword God's eyes. "Do you see? We'll meet soon." The 10 Miles Sword God looked at the sky and muttered. After many years of hard work, he finally saw a glimmer of hope today. The life force contained in this painting was enough to activate the life force in his wife. And with his soul-chasing technique, he could return his wife's soul to her place. In that case, the wife of the 10 Miles Sword God would be truly resurrected. Xiao Changtian looked at the Sword God of 10 Miles who was holding the painting and standing there motionlessly. Tears were still flowing from his eyes. He said to him, "What's wrong with you? The wind is strong today. It's better not to stand here all the time. Sand can easily get into your eyes." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, 10 Miles Sword God also recovered from his mental world. He looked at Xiao Chang and kneeled down, saying slowly, "Thank you, Senior." Seeing the 10 Miles Sword God suddenly kneel down, Xiao Changtian quickly helped him up and said slowly, "There's no need to be like this. It's just a painting. Get up quickly and drink less in the future." Look at this guy's behavior should also be taken by the Red Cloud Divine King, often drinking, now may not be clear-headed. Kneeling to others at the drop of a hat, and one had to know that there was gold under a man's knees. After Xiao Changtian helped him up, 10 Miles Sword God said to him, "Senior, I will." Senior's cultivation was indeed a heaven-reaching existence. Not only did he know his purpose of coming here in advance, but he also knew that he was here. Moreover, he knew his actions in the divine world like the back of his hands. In the past, when he was in the divine world, he often drank to drown his sorrows because he missed his wife. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to know about this. Xiao Changtian heard the words of the 10 Miles Sword God and slowly said to him, "Yes, why don't you sit inside?" Seeing the red eyes of the 10 Miles Sword God, Xiao Changtian also thought that the sand had a big impact on him. When Sword God 10 Miles heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also thanked him. "There's no need, Senior. I'll hurry back now." Xiao Changtian nodded and waved his hand. Thinking about how the 10 Miles Sword God had just arrived and was unfamiliar with him, it was understandable that he did not want to stay. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian also let Ruo Miao send off 10 Miles Sword God. "All right, Ruo Miao, send him off. All right, master. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Lin Ruomiao also responded to him. Then, under Lin Ruomiao's lead, 10-Mile Sword God also left Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After leaving Xiao Changtian's courtyard, 10-Mile Sword God said to Lin Ruomiao. This time, it was all thanks to Senior's help. When Lin Ruomiao heard the 10-Mile Sword God's words, she slowly shook her head at him. I only brought you to Master. The one who really helped you was Master. If you want to thank him, thank Master. Following that, Lin Ruomiao's figure also took the lead to fly out. In that small world, he also had his own family to arrange. After Lin Ruomiao left, the 10-Mile Sword God hurriedly followed. Soon, Lin Ruomiao and the 10-Mile Sword God arrived at the small world from before. After Lin Ruomiao and the 10-Mile Sword God arrived, Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor were also at the door. At this moment, the aura on their bodies had also risen to a new level. Judging from their auras, their cultivation levels were probably similar to that of a mid-level deity. Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor saw the 10-Mile Sword God and were about to thank him again when they saw the 10-Mile Sword God fly inside. Right now, 10-Mile Sword God had no time to care about the three of them. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on reviving his wife. After the 10-Mile Sword God left, Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor saw Lin Ruomiao and were about to say something to her. They saw that Lin Ruomiao completely ignored them and directly walked in. Soon, in the cave on the mountain peak, Sword God 10 Miles took the scroll that Xiao Changtian had given him. He came to the coffin and placed him on top of it. Then, a fresh life force was emitted from the scroll and slowly poured into the coffin. When the life force was injected, the woman in the coffin also trembled slightly. When the life force in the painting stopped being injected, the woman in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. When the 10-Mile Sword God saw that the woman in the coffin was slowly waking up, tears flowed down his eyes again. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Arrange Work for DT 1. Chapter 329, Arrange Work for DT 1. In the courtyard of the small world, a group of Lin family members stood in front of Lin Ruomiao. When the wife of the 10-Mile Sword God resurrected, Lin Ruomiao also looked towards the mountain peak. Looking through the void, it was as if he could see the two people hugging each other in the cave. At this moment, a child from the Lin family came to Lin Ruomiao's side and tugged at her skirt. "Big sister, I heard from Grandpa Chief that you want to bring us out, right?" Hearing the child's innocent voice, Lin Ruomiao slowly retracted her gaze. He stroked the Lin family's child's head and looked at the luggage he was carrying. Yes. "Xiao Lin, have you packed the things you wanted to bring? Don't leave anything behind." Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the Lin family disciple named Xiao Lin nodded. Obviously, although they had lived in this small world for many years, they were still very interested in the outside world. "Grandpa Chief really didn't lie to me. One day, we will get out." After little Lin left, Lin Ruomiao looked at her father. "Father, I bought a house in Daong town. Although it's not very big, you can live there in the future." After finding the Lin family, Lin Ruomiao busied herself with various matters and had already bought a house in the town. Even though there was a shortage of houses in Great Sun Town, with the help of Great Sun Sect's disciples and Divine King Red Cloud, Lin Ruomiao managed to buy a house. After Lin Ruomiao's father heard her words, he nodded at her. He had also come to understand the situation after staying here for a while. As long as the entire Lin family was safe, this was more important than anything else. Very quickly, under Lin Ruomiao's lead, the Lin family also left this small world. When they parted ways, the Heaven Empress, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor also sent the Lin family off. After exchanging some pleasantries with Lin Ruomiao, the three of them also planned to head to the Divine World. And since the 10-Mile Sword God and his wife had just gotten back together, Lin Ruomiao didn't disturb them. Very quickly, the small world that was originally filled with many people suddenly became a world of the 10-Mile Sword God and his wife. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. after Mu Jiahuang processed the ingredients that Lin Ruomiao had bought. Xiao Changtian also let everyone sit in the courtyard and eat dinner. At the dining table, Xiao Changtian picked up a piece of green vegetables and stared at Di Tian. He then slowly spoke. Di Tian, your little brother has been looking for you frequently recently. Is there something going on at home? When Di Tian first came here, he was just a small cultivator who had just entered the sect. He had wanted to stay here and learn from the Great Sun Immortal, but it seemed that he could only see the Great Sun Immortal a few times. Originally, his younger brother had come to find him to ask about his cultivation. However, it was not right for him to come twice. Moreover, his servants had come out. Perhaps something had happened at home that could only be resolved by cultivators. Thinking about how Di Tian had helped him quite a bit during this period of time, he didn't ask for anything in return. Xiao Changtian took advantage of the time during dinner to ask if he could help. When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he felt shock in his heart. It seemed that the matters of the divine court were also in Senior's grasp. Senior had helped him time and time again, so there was no need for him to hide anything. When he thought of this, Di Tian also put down his chopsticks and spoke to Xiao Changtian. Senior is right. There is indeed a problem at home. As expected, when Xiao Changtian heard Di Tian's words, he also started to chew the food in his mouth. You still have a lot of servants outside, right? As the sound of Xiao Changtian's voice faded, not only Di Tian, even the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor who were standing at the side were staring at Xiao Changtian. Could it be that the position of the 10 great generals of the divine court is also in Senior's grasp? Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Tian's tone became even more respectful. Yes, Senior. Upon seeing Di Tian lowering his head with a solemn expression, Xiao Changtian sighed in his heart. Seems like the troubles in Di Tian's clan were truly not small. How about this? I also opened a bookstore here. Why don't you come with me to take a look later? Maybe I can give you a job or something. Although Di Tian had food and lodging here, he basically didn't have much income. He still has so many servants to pay. We can't help him with the matters of the immortal cultivators, but we can find a job for Di Tian to earn some money and pay him. Bookstore? Senior, do you mean that you want me to go to the bookstore? Di Tian felt some excitement in his heart when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. It wasn't like he hadn't read the books written by Xiao Changtian. The things described in those books, the experts, seemed to be the records of ancient secrets. The senior was willing to let him manage the bookstore. Was this a sign of trust in him? Xiao Changtian saw the excited expression on Di Tian's face and revealed a faint smile. It seemed like Di Tian was indeed short of money now. He had just said that he wanted to introduce a job to him and he was already so happy. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian slowly spoke to Di Tian. Yes, yes. As they spoke, Di Tian, Xiao Changtian and the others had almost finished eating. Standing up from his chair, Xiao Changtian slowly spoke to Di Tian. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Upon seeing how happy Di Tian was earlier, Xiao Changtian felt that since he didn't have anything else to do, he might as well help him complete his task today. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Tian also hurriedly stood up from the dining table. Thank you, Senior. At the same time, Xiao Changtian also saw the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor behind Di Tian. He also spoke to them. The two of you can follow me. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor heard Xiao Changtian's words and thanked him. Then Xiao Changtian walked out first and saw Alpha at the door. At this time, we can go out and walk the dog. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian also came to Alpha's side and patted his forehead. Alpha, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. And the old turtle in the pond, seeing that you've been quite obedient for a while, come over too. After the black tortoise in the pond heard Xiao Changtian's voice, it also hurriedly climbed onto the fat Rongrong's head. Fatty, stop sleeping. Master wants us to follow him out. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Boss, what did you say just now? Didn't you say a while ago that we should behave ourselves? Hearing this, Black Tortoise also patted the fat Rongrong's head. Fatty, one think you're just not awake yet. Master asked us to follow you out. Oh. Being patted by Black Tortoise like this, the fat Rongrong also sobered up a bit, following which she also walked out of the courtyard. Chapter 330. Chapter 330, He really swindled both money and women. Chapter 330, He really swindled both money and women. 1. Outside Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian, Di Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Devil Emperor stood side by side. And in front of them were Alpha, Black Tortoise, and the fat Rongrong. Follow me. Xiao Changtian stared at Di Tian and the others before him as he slowly spoke. After Xiao Changtian took a few steps, Alpha also looked into the courtyard. Aunt, aren't you going to help Master? In the bamboo forest in the courtyard, the Chaos Ant was climbing on a bamboo. When it heard Alpha's voice, the two antennae on its head moved. Then, a silver light flashed across the two antennae of the Chaos Ant. At the same time, a silver light silently enveloped Xiao Changtian and the others. Then, Xiao Changtian appeared not far from the bookstore. As for Di Tian and the others, they were all filled with reverence when they saw Xiao Changtian in a new location. Although they had lived in the courtyard for a while, they rarely saw Xiao Changtian fight. As they arrived at a new place, they felt Xiao Changtian's terror. The bookstore is just ahead. Upon seeing this familiar street, Xiao Changtian turned around and smiled at Di Tian and the others. After that, under Xiao Changtian's lead, Di Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Emperor slowly arrived in front of the bookstore. And as Xiao Changtian and the others walked towards the bookstore, Black Tortoise standing on the fat Rongrong also said to the fat Rongrong below, Fatty, it's not easy to come out. Let's go somewhere else. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also slowly raised her head, saying to Black Tortoise above, Boss, this isn't very good. It's okay. We're just nearby. We won't be too far. The Black Tortoise's four limbs and the head of its head extended out of its turtle shell. Hurry up, Fatty. I heard the voice of a woman asking for help. The fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise say this and scratched the back of her head. All right, boss. Where should we go? This way. Black Tortoise grabbed the fat Rongrong, pointing in a direction, saying to the fat Rongrong. At this moment, in a pavilion, a short Taoist priest in a Taoist robe was sitting in a bath, and beside him were a few women in revealing clothes. Official, how is this song? A girl was sitting in the bath like the Taoist priest, her hands dangling from the Taoist priest's body. He pointed at the woman playing the song in front of him and said slowly to the Taoist priest, Not bad, not bad. Continue. The Taoist priest had a look of enjoyment on his face, and his hand was still on the waist of the woman beside him. The woman's eyes lit up when she was hugged by the Taoist priest. She made a gesture to the woman playing the song in front of her. Then, a sharp ray of light flew out from the woman's hand and attacked the Taoist priest. You finally revealed your true colors. The moment the sharp light flew out, the Taoist priest's internet connection changed and he pushed the woman beside him away. He leaped up and dodged the fatal blow. Damn it. Seeing that her attack had missed, the woman who was playing the tune shouted loudly. Hanging from the ceiling, the Taoist priest looked at the women below. Isn't the current Nine-Tail clan a little too arrogant? They've come to harm this old man. However, your acting skills are a little too bad. I'm just an old man. How can a woman take the initiative to approach me? When the women below heard the Taoist priest's words, they looked at each other and their expressions changed. Then, they gathered their true essence and a few demon foxes appeared in front of the Taoist priest. I wonder how strong the demon foxes in the lower realm are. Forget it. Since one have nothing to do, I'll play with you. Sisters, go. A demon fox shouted loudly. Then, a few demon foxes pounced on the Taoist priest above. Io, do you have to be so fierce? This old man can't take it. Taoist's figure flashed and dodged the attack of one fox demon. Then, another fox demon pounced from the other sides. Taoist priest, you talk too much. After failing to bump the Taoist several times, the demon fox's eyes were filled with anger. This old man is already so old. I don't know how long he can live. If I don't say it now, I won't have a chance in the future. Taoist looked at the fox demon in front of him, took out a gourd bottle from his waist, and drank a mouthful. When the demon foxes heard the Taoist priest's words, the anger on their faces increased. This Taoist priest was toying with them. Sisters, let's attack together. A demon fox shouted loudly. Then, a few demon foxes pounced on the Taoist priest. Basically, the Taoist priest's escape route was sealed. I wanted to play a little longer, but seeing you guys like this, you can't blame me. Then, the Taoist priest took a step forward with his left foot, and a huge golden array appeared beside him. When this array appeared, the demon foxes that pounced on him felt their bodies being frozen by a force. Destroy! The Taoist priest said casually. Then, golden pillars of light rose from the array. The beam of light passed through the bodies of the demon foxes, and with a bang, the demon foxes dissipated into the air. Then, a jade stone fell from one of the demon foxes. The Taoist priest walked over and picked up the jade on the ground. It looks pretty good. I wonder if it was obtained by sucking humans dry. It's really a scam. However, this thing seems to have something else. The Taoist priest muttered and then gathered his true essence. When the Taoist priest injected his true essence, the Nine-Tail First Elder, who was sitting cross-legged in the distant Nine-Tail clan, slowly opened his eyes. Looks like those trash have already failed. They can't even find anyone. As he said that, the Nine-Tailed Fox First Elder waved his hand, and a wave of energy was emitted from his hand. At this moment, the jade in the Taoist priest's hand also turned into powder and fell to the ground. Boring, but I seem to have seen this technique somewhere before. The Taoist priest muttered as he picked up the gourd bottle at his waist and took another sip. On the other side, Black Tortoise brought the fat Rongrong to this pavilion. Arriving in front of a storeroom in the attic, Black Tortoise said to the fat Rongrong, "Fatty, hurry up. It's just in front." Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also pushed open the storeroom's door, slowly walking in. They saw that the women were tied up and had a cotton cloth stuffed in their mouths. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Black Tortoise stood on the fat Rongrong's head, speaking to the woman in the storeroom. Then, a green light flew out of the Black Tortoise's body and flew towards the women. Chapter 331, Chapter 331. Senior, you're really a god. Underscore. Chapter 331. Senior, you're really a god. Underscore I. Attic utility room. The green light flew out from the Black Tortoise and landed on the women. In an instant, the rope on the woman's body and the cotton cloth on her mouth fell off. "Monster, don't come near me." A woman who had just escaped hid in a corner, her hands covering her head, speaking into the fat Rongrong's body. Previously, when he was receiving guests in the attic, he was suddenly captured by a group of foxes and brought here. Not only was he tied up here for no reason, but he was also not given food or water. He was simply inhumane. Now, there was a panda and an ugly turtle. They did not know what they were going to do to them. Black Tortoise originally thought that he would be flattered, but hearing this woman's words, he turned to the fat Rongrong and said, "Fatty, what did she just say?" "Boss, she seemed to say that there are monsters." The fat Rongrong scratched the back of her head, saying to the Black Tortoise on her head, "Monster? One understand. This group of women is under the pressure of the demons. We have to defeat the demons as soon as possible. Save them from it, and they will be completely subdued by this Sea King." Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also echoed, "Boss is mighty. When the time comes, they will definitely obediently throw themselves into our arms." Yes, the fat one is really getting better at talking. Let's go and fight the monsters. When Black Tortoise heard Fatty's words, he was very happy and said slowly to him, "All right, let's go fight the demons." The fat Rongrong said so, and also brought Black Tortoise out of the storeroom. and after Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong left, the women in the storeroom stood up and gathered together. "Sisters, what did that ugly turtle say just now? Will it come again?" A woman said with some lingering fear. "I don't know. We should leave quickly before they notice us." After not eating or drinking for a few days, these women were already starving. They immediately wanted to walk out. The other women nodded in agreement. And at this moment the fat Rongrong also brought Black Tortoise to the room Taoist had just been in. Looking at the hot bath in front of her, the fat Rongrong said to Black Tortoise, "Boss, it seems like all the demons are dead. Damn it, who stole my limelight? Don't let me find out." Black Tortoise also sensed that there were still some remnants of the demon fox's aura and the Taoist priest's aura here. Looking at the situation here, it was obvious that those demon foxes had all died. "Let's go, fatty. Time is precious. Hurry up and find the next one." Black Tortoise saw that his hope had been destroyed, and hurriedly said to the fat Rongrong, "All right, boss, where should we go next?" Fatty Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words and slowly asked, "Let's take a walk around first." Black Tortoise was silent for a moment before responding. At this moment, the Taoist priest had also arrived in front of the junk in the attic. "Beauty, it's not that I didn't save you before, but the service of those demon foxes is really good," the Taoist priest muttered as he drank the wine in the gourd bottle. Then, he looked ahead and saw that the door to the storeroom was wide open. Not a single person?" The Taoist priest looked at the storeroom in surprise. "That shouldn't be the case," the Taoist priest muttered. "Could it be that other cultivators have come in?" Following that, a token on the Taoist priest's waist flashed, and the Taoist priest's eyes moved together with his hands. "I've finally waited for you." In front of the bookstore, Xiao Changtian spoke to Di Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Devil Emperor. "We're here. Come in and take a look." When they arrived in front of the store, the young man in the store obviously knew Xiao Changtian and quickly went up to welcome him. When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also planned to enter the bookstore. Di Tian had just taken a step forward when the Ice Emperor's hand blocked his path. "Master, be careful." Di Tian saw the Ice Emperor suddenly standing in front of him as a look of puzzlement appeared on his face. He slowly spoke. "What's wrong?" "Master, look carefully. There's a complicated formation in front of us." At this moment, the Devil Emperor also came to Di Tian's side as he spoke. "Formation." After Di Tian heard the words of the Devil Emperor, he slowly turned his gaze over. True essence gathered in his eyes, and his eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed as the Demon Empress and the others had said. A golden array formation was right in front of them. "It looks like the primordial swallowing sky array," Di Tian mumbled. This great chaos-devouring formation was one of the best formations in the divine realm back then. The offensive power of this array formation was not strong. What was strong was his hallucination ability. Back then, during the Divine World War, an array master had used this primordial chaos heaven-devouring array to trap a few god monarch realm experts for 7 days and 7 nights. By the time they broke out of the formation, their deployment had already been wiped out. Senior has already entered. It seems that the formation has no effect on him? The Ice Emperor looked at Xiao Changtian, who was unaffected by the formation, and said slowly, "Senior, you're really a god." The Demon Emperor looked at Xiao Changtian and sighed. Even with his Emperor God cultivation base, he wasn't confident that he could walk out of the array. However, to Xiao Changtian, the array was as if it didn't exist. But who is it that actually set up this array in Senior's bookstore? Di Tian looked at the formation in front of him and muttered. After Xiao Changtian exchanged a few words with the young man in the shop, the person in charge of the bookstore came out to receive him. As for Xiao Changtian, they naturally treated him respectfully. "It's like this." Xiao Changtian also told the person in charge about his purpose of coming here. "Don't worry, we have arranged everything." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the person in charge nodded at him. After giving his instructions, Xiao Changtian saw that Di Tian and the others were still standing motionlessly outside the door. He could not help but walk out and say to them, "Why are you standing outside the door? Come in and take a look." This was where they would work and earn a living in the future. How could they be so restrained? Upon seeing Xiao Changtian, Di Tian wanted to tell him about the formation. Xiao Changtian grabbed his hand and walked towards the bookstore. After Di Tian was pulled away by Xiao Changtian, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor exchanged glances before hurriedly following behind. After that, under the gazes of Di Tian and the others, Xiao Changtian led them into the grand formation. Not far from the bookstore, the Taoist priest was flying in the air. Someone else came in. "Very good, I finally caught you this time." The Taoist priest held the token on his waist and felt the changes on it. Then he sat cross-legged in the air and threw the token forward. "Go!" The Taoist priest's hand contained golden light as he operated the token in front of him. While the Taoist was casting his spell, the sky-swallowing array under Xiao Changtian and the others also started to operate. Chapter 332 Chapter 332:1 Worried too much, 1. Chapter 332:1 Worried too much, 1. Outside the bookstore, Xiao Changtian, Di Tian, the Demon Emperor, and the Ice Emperor were all walking within the formation. Not good, someone was controlling this array. The Ice Emperor could feel the formation beneath her feet slowly turning, and she looked forward. Di Tian, Xiao Changtian, and the others had already disappeared. The surroundings had turned into the forbidden grounds of the Fire Dragon King. The situation at the Demon Empress was similar. Everything in front of her had already become the square of the Heaven Demon sect. "My lord!" The Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor who were in the illusion said at the same time. At this moment, in midair, the Taoist priest stood in front of his chest with both hands and continuously injected true essence into the token in front of him. Beside the token were a few circular light screens. The scene in the light screen was the reaction of the Ice Emperor and Xiao Changtian. Taoist smiled when he saw the Ice Emperor and Demon Emperor's expressions on the screen. "I didn't expect to see two godly emperors in the lower realm. Looks like my trip wasn't in vain." Taoist frowned when he saw Xiao Changtian. Something was wrong. This guy should have lost his way in the primordial, chaos heaven-devouring array. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem to be affected at all. The direction he was heading in was exactly the same as the direction of the bookstore. Di Tian, who was within the formation, was also feeling somewhat nervous. However, the scene in his eyes had also completely changed. What entered his eyes was completely the scene of the divine court in the past. Xiao Changtian, who was walking in front, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around. The Demon Empress and the Ice Empress were walking towards each other. They were only a step away from colliding. Not only that, but the way he walked was very strange. He even shook his butt, which was really eye-catching. As for Di Tian, although she was holding his hand, his head was still looking backwards, as though he was attracted by the two of them. Damn it, were these people doing acrobatics? However, not many people watched it, and it wouldn't earn money, right? Just as Xiao Changtian was thinking this, Alpha, who was beside him, stopped and saw Xiao Changtian's expression. "Not good," Master was not happy. Alpha said in his heart. Looking at the primordial swallowing sky array under his feet, his eyes became sharp. True essence flickered under Alpha's feet, and then a huge heaven chessboard rose under his feet. The moment the great chaos swallowing array touched the heaven chessboard, it instantly collapsed. Originally, he thought that the formation was not offensive, and Xiao Changtian did not say anything, so Alpha did not care. However, this formation made Changtian unhappy. He had to break it. To a certain extent, Alpha's heaven chessboard could be said to be the strongest array formation in the heavens. This primordial chaos heaven-devouring array and whatnot were all trash in front of him. And the moment Alpha broke through the primordial swallowing sky array, the Demon Empress and Ice Empress, who were in the array, also recovered. After recovering, the two of them looked at each other with lingering fear. Then, they looked at the array under their feet. The great chaos-swallowing array had been broken. The Demon Empress and the Ice Empress were both shocked when they saw that the grand array under their feet had already ceased to exist. After that, he hurriedly walked toward Xiao Changtian and Di Tian. Di Tian had also recovered. When he saw the damaged grand immemorial sky-devouring formation beneath his feet, as well as the Ice Emperor and Demon Emperor before him, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, everyone was fine. He was also immersed in the grand array just now and had not recovered. If not for the fact that this grand array had broken through and shattered, they might have been trapped inside and could not get out. At this moment, Changqian's voice slowly came over. "What's wrong with you guys? Hurry up and come in to take a look. Don't think about anything else." He didn't know what these people were thinking. They actually thought of performing acrobatics here. If they were a few experienced drivers with superb skills, it would be fine. However, if a few old men did not use anything and performed acrobatics here, there would be people watching, right? Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Tian hurriedly brought the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor along as he followed behind Xiao Changtian. Senior was telling him not to worry. The primordial swallowing sky array was clearly nothing in Senior's eyes. The person who was secretly controlling the array formation was clearly under the control of the Senior. Because I've been too worried, I've finally come to a conclusion. As he thought of this in his heart, Di Tian followed Xiao Changtian into the bookstore. Xiao Chang'an came to the bookstore manager and said slowly, "Buddy, these few aren't very familiar with this place." After the person in charge heard Xiao Changtian's words, he hurriedly brought Di Tian and the other two to the bookstore for a stroll. When the array shattered, the Taoist priest sitting in midair saw the token in front of him tremble. Following that, it emitted a buzzing sound and lost its light as it fell from the sky. Then, the light screens beside him shattered. The scene on the screen had completely disappeared. Taoist looked at the sudden situation in front of him and was somewhat unable to react. It seems that the method to break the array mentioned in the book really exists. The Taoist priest stood up in midair and muttered. Then he took out a book from his pocket. It was the book he bought from Xiao Changtian's bookstore. In a story told in this book, the protagonist broke through a large confinement array in 15 minutes. My immemorial sky-swallowing array is not inferior to the array mentioned in the book. Ever since it was used, no one has been able to break it in a short period of time. At that time, Patriarch even relied on this array to make a name for himself in the divine realm. Could it be that the owner of this bookstore is also an array master? If we can obtain his help, we might be able to rebuild the glory of our Xiaoyao school in the divine realm. The Taoist priest looked at the book in his hand and muttered. At this moment, the space around him changed. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared under the Taoist priest's feet. Then, a huge chessboard covered the space he was in. Could it be the owner of the bookstore? The Taoist priest looked at the changes around him in a daze, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Judging from the situation where the other party had just broken through his primordial chaos heaven-devouring array, it was not unreasonable for them to find him so quickly. "Who is it? I wonder if you can come out and meet me." The Taoist priest's spiritual sense bloomed, but he could not sense any aura around him. Then, as the Taoist priest spoke, a huge divine dog phantom appeared in front of him. "Disturbing master, die." A domineering and unquestionable voice exploded in the Taoist priest's mind. Just hearing this voice, Taoist felt the blood in his body churn. He hurriedly mobilized the true essence in his body to stabilize his spiritual world. Then, the Taoist priest looked forward and saw a huge phantom of a divine dog appear in front of him. Chapter 333 Chapter 333 Are you interested in the books in the store? Chapter 333 Are you interested in the books in the store? _1. In midair, the Taoist priest looked at the phantom of the divine dog in front of him in shock, his mouth trembling. This is the heaven-swallowing dog. The ancient records left behind by the founder once recorded that the carefree sex array formation was comprehended by him when he saw the battle between the heaven-swallowing dog and the higher beings. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see it today. From the looks of it, he was also the one who broke the primordial heaven-devouring array. Thinking of this, Taoist immediately knelt down in front of the heaven-swallowing dog. "Senior, I know it was my fault for setting up the formation in the bookstore, but I really have no ill intentions towards you." Originally, he just wanted to confirm whether the things in the book were true or false. Who would have thought that it would actually shock a divine beast like the heaven-swallowing dog? With the heaven-swallowing dog's experience, the books probably contained ancient secrets. The heaven-swallowing dog looked at the Taoist kneeling in front of it and thought that he didn't attack Xiao Changtian just now. He didn't show any killing intent. The celestial chessboard under his feet lit up, and Taoist felt a huge force pressing down on his body. It's also because you don't have any ill intentions towards Master. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. As for the rest, you can say it in front of Master. As the heaven-swallowing dog spoke, Taoist's body fell from midair and finally landed in front of the bookstore. Bang! The Taoist priest's body fell in front of the bookstore with a loud bang. A young man in the bookstore saw a person suddenly fall from the sky and hurriedly walked in. At this moment, in the bookstore, Xiao Changtian and Alpha kept rubbing against his feet. Xiao Changtian looked at Alpha at his feet and squatted down to rub his head. "Is there something going on outside?" Usually, when Alpha rubbed against him like this, something happened. Then, Xiao Changtian heard a loud bang coming from outside. Did something really happen outside? At this moment, the young man from the bookstore came to Xiao Chang'an and said slowly, "Senior, something bad happened. Someone just fell from the sky." Someone fell from the sky? Could it be that there was a cultivator? Xiao Changtian was also stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he saw Alpha walk out first. "Yes, let's go out and take a look," Xiao Changtian said slowly to the young man in the bookstore. If someone fell in front of his bookstore, it would affect the bookstore's business if he didn't handle it well. Upon seeing Xiao Changtian leaving, Di Tian also spoke to the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor. It seems that the person controlling the array formation just now has been captured by Senior. Upon hearing Di Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor nodded. Outside the bookstore, he saw a Taoist priest lying on the ground. At this moment, the Taoist priest slowly stood up from the ground and shook his head. He covered his forehead with his hand. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from falling from the sky. "Senior, it's him." The young man in the bookstore pointed at the Taoist priest in front of him and said slowly to Xiao Changtian. Seeing the Taoist priest in front of the bookstore, Xiao Changtian slowly walked over. This fellow had fallen from the sky and did not seem to have any scratches on his skin. Moreover, the clothes on his body made him look like a cultivator without a doubt. For some reason, it fell in front of his bookstore. While Xiao Changtian was looking at the Taoist also saw Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian was wearing a green robe, his face was handsome, and he looked like a gentleman. Taoist was about to say something to Xiao Changtian when he saw Alpha at Xiao Changtian's feet. What was this? The Taoist priest took a look, and then the phantom of the heaven-swallowing dog appeared in his spiritual world again. Was this the senior heaven-swallowing dog from earlier? Looking at the shadow of the sky-devouring dog in front of him, the Taoist priest instinctively felt a trace of fear. It was obvious that the fall from the sky had cast a shadow on him. Then, Taoist saw Alpha snuggling up to Xiao Changtian, looking obedient. He couldn't help but think of what the heaven-swallowing dog had said when it was dropping. "Master!" Could it be that the person in front of him was the owner of the heaven-swallowing dog? Xiao Changtian watched as the Taoist priest in front of him looked at him and then at his feet. What was wrong with this immortal cultivator? Could it be that he had taken a fancy to him? However, he knew his aptitude. He did not have any talent for cultivation at all. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian also walked towards the Taoist priest. "Are you all right?" After thinking about it, Xiao Changtian felt that he should ask if the Taoist priest was injured. After all, he had just fallen from the sky, and he didn't know if he had any injuries. Xiao Changtian didn't know what to say to the others. However, they only knew a little about the rules of the immortal cultivators. If they accidentally said something, it would not be good if they were slapped to death. Are you all right? Xiao Changtian's words flashed in the Taoist priest's mind as he looked at Xiao Changtian's smile. He didn't know why, but Xiao Changtian's smile was like a devil in his eyes. The Taoist immediately cupped his fists at Xiao Chang'an and said slowly, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." Senior. Xiao Changtian heard the Taoist priest's words and was a little confused. Why did this cultivator call him a mortal senior? Then, Xiao Changtian looked at the bookstore behind him and seemed to understand. Are you also interested in the books in the shop? Xiao Changtian pointed at the books in front of his bookstore and said slowly to the Taoist priest. When the Taoist heard Xiao Changtian's words, he quickly said to him, "Yes, I admire the books in the shop." Then, the Taoist priest took out a book from his bosom. It was the book that described the method to break the array. Seeing the Taoist priest take out the books from his bookstore, Xiao Changtian confirmed his thoughts. It seemed that this cultivator was undoubtedly his fan. No wonder he called him senior. Given his cultivation as an immortal cultivator, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to detect that he was the owner of this bookstore. However, this fellow's strength did not seem to be that strong. After all, this old Taoist seemed to be quite old. If he was a cultivator with extraordinary strength, he would have gone around to show off. He might even be the ancestor of a sect. Why did it fall from the sky? As he thought about this, Xiao Changtian also sized up the Taoist priest. Being stared at by Xiao Changtian, Taoist felt his heart go numb. He didn't know what Xiao Changtian would do to him. After all, he had set up a formation here. While Taoist was feeling nervous, he saw Xiao Changtian slowly walking into the bookstore. Chapter 334 Chapter 334 Treasure Maps. Chapter 334 Treasure Map. In front of the bookstore, Xiao Changtian walked out of the bookstore with a few books in his hands. He came to the front of the Taoist priest and handed the book in his hand to him. Then he slowly said to him, "Taoist priest, take these books and read them." Although this old Taoist was a poor cultivator, he was still an immortal. Today, she had landed in front of her bookstore and was interested in her books. If she gave him a few books, he might be grateful. Later, he would even help him promote it among the group of cultivators. Wouldn't his bookstore's business be even more popular this way? The Taoist priest looked at the book that Xiao Changtian handed over, and his face was a little dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he thought Xiao Changtian was going to punish him. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to give him a few books. Could it be that Senior wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf? Thinking of this, the Taoist priest slowly took the book from Xiao Changtian's hand and said to him, "This junior is Dao Kong." "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction when he saw how grateful Dao Kong was. As he had expected, this Taoist priest had a special liking for his books. This way, when he went back and promoted her, she would be able to make a fortune. Following that, Xiao Changtian helped Dao Kong up. He did not dare to be negligent when a cultivator bowed to him. When he saw Xiao Changtian treating him so well, Dao Kong felt even more grateful towards Xiao Changtian. Then he seemed to have thought of something and took out a map from his pocket, giving it to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, this is a treasure map from my sect. Please accept it." When he saw Dao Kong suddenly give him a map, Xiao Changtian took it from his hands. Although Xiao Changtian could see that the painting on the map was really terrible. But after all, it was something that was given by others. He had to rely on others to promote him, so he could not give them face rights. Xiao Changtian took the map from Dao Kong and opened it to take a look. Although it wasn't very good, it looked like the legendary treasure map. These lines were crooked and not very clear. It was understandable that the treasure map was not drawn well. After all, The people who hid the treasures were always thinking about setting up all kinds of puzzles for those who were looking for treasures. However, he did not know how much the treasures on the treasure map were worth. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Dao Kong, "I wonder how many people there are in your sect?" If it was a treasure map of a big sect, then he would go out and look for it according to this map. He might be able to find a fortune. At that time, he could rummage through his courtyard, go to the town for a few drinks, or bring his disciples out to have fun. As he thought about this, a smile appeared on his face. While Xiao Changtian was fantasizing about his future, Dao Kong said slowly to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, in my generation, I'm the only one left in the sect." Indeed, the number of disciples in the Xiaoyao sect had been decreasing in recent generations. In this generation, he was the only one left. This was also the reason why Dao Kong wanted to look for Xiao Changtian when he saw the books in the bookstore when he came to the Tianyuan continent. If they could get Xiao Changtian's help, then the carefree sect would be able to reach its peak again. What was that? Only one person. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Dao Kong's words. He had originally thought that this old Taoist was an outer sect disciple of some large sect. This treasure map could bring him a lot of expenses. He didn't expect the entire sect to be his own. He didn't know if he was the only one who stood on his own. When he thought of this, Xiao Changtian still consoled Dao Kong. "It's okay. Take your time. It's okay." When Dao Kong heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded slowly at him. "Thank you, Senior." It seems that Senior knows everything about the carefree sect like the back of his hands. Xiao Changtian looked at Dao Kong and nodded slowly. At this moment, Di Tian and the others also walked out of the bookstore. Upon seeing Di Tian and the others, Xiao Changtian also spoke. "How is it? Are you satisfied with your work?" When Di Tian and the others heard Xiao Changtian's words, they nodded to him. In the bookstore just now, their cultivation had increased quite a bit. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor's books were even more captivating. According to the ice control method and demonization method described in the book, they all had a new understanding of their cultivation methods. Seeing the satisfied expressions on Di Tian and the others' faces, Xiao Changtian also nodded his head in satisfaction. Then Xiao Changtian slowly said to them, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." As he spoke, Xiao Changtian patted Alpha at his feet and led him back to the courtyard. After Xiao Changtian took a few steps, Alpha also transmitted his voice to the chaos ants in the courtyard. "Got it." Before Alpha could speak, the chaos ant said slowly to him. Next, under Di Tian's gaze, Xiao Changtian's body shone with a silver light as he disappeared from the spot. Spatial energy, and it's an exquisite spatial energy. Dao Kong said slowly as he watched Xiao Changtian leave. After that, Dao Kong also saw Di Tian and the others. He could not help but say to them, "You are the Lord of the Divine Court." Di Tian stared at Dao Kong when he heard him reveal his identity. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor, who were beside him, activated the true essence in their bodies to guard against Dao Kong. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in you. I just didn't expect that you would actually be here with such a senior. If that's the case, wouldn't those fellows from the divine realm all die if they came?" Dao Kong looked at Di Tian and said slowly. When Di Tian heard Dao Kong's words, he waved his hand at the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor beside him. "I think I've seen you before. You're talking about Dao Kong from the Carefree. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. I didn't expect the Master of the Divine Court to still remember me." With that, the two of them walked together and started talking. As he spoke, Dao Kong gained more information about Xiao Changtian. Di Tian also knew more about the situation in the Carefree sect in the Divine Realm. "Are you saying that Senior is playing a big game of chess, and Senior didn't care about me just now because he likes me?" As he spoke, Dao Kong was slightly shocked as well. "I keep feeling that Senior wouldn't be tempering his heart in the mortal world for no reason. You should be happy that you were chosen as a chess piece." Di Tian looked at Dao Kong before him and replied, "That's true. As long as we can restore the glory of the Carefree sect, What's wrong with being a chess piece? Dao Kong nodded in agreement. He looked in the direction Xiao Changtian had just left, and his eyes were filled with deep meaning. Chapter 335 Chapter 335 Recruiting Soldiers 1. Chapter 335 Recruiting Soldiers 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian was in the storeroom in the courtyard. After fiddling around for a while, he walked out with a bamboo basket on his back. This way, everything is ready. Seeing Mu Jiahuang sitting by the pond, Xiao Changtian waved at her. Jiu, I'm going out for a while. I'll leave this courtyard to you. Yes, master. Mu Jiahuang saw Xiao Changtian carrying a bamboo basket and agreed. Master usually stays in the courtyard. I'm afraid something big has happened when he went out personally this time. I still have to remind those people in Dynasty. After saying goodbye to Mu Jiahuang, Xiao Changtian walked into the bamboo forest. I'll bring you along this time. Staying in the courtyard is also a problem. Xiao Changtian grabbed the chaos ant from the bamboo forest, looked at him and said slowly. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the chaos ant slowly climbed onto Xiao Changtian's shoulder. Alpha, stay and guard the house. Jiu is a girl. If there's anyone, you can take care of them. Xiao Changtian said slowly to Alpha when he saw him at the gate of the courtyard. Then, Xiao Changtian heard a rustling sound coming from the top of the house. Oh, I forgot about you. Come with me too. Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble you'll bring to Jiu. Xiao Changtian smiled at the monkey on the roof. This monkey's mischievousness was comparable to the turtle from before. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the monkey let out a squeaking sound and jumped down from the roof happily. Just like that, the man, monkey, and ant left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian saw Su Daji coming back from outside. She was holding a bucket. Apparently, she had just come back from hanging clothes outside. Su Daji saw Xiao Changtian was ready to go and smiled at him. Master, it's Daji. Master recently obtained a treasure map and plans to go out and investigate. Xiao Changtian looked at Su Daji and said slowly. The money from the treasure map was one of the reasons Xiao Changtian was determined to find the treasure. The other reason was that he wanted to see if there were any powerful cultivation techniques. Although these disciples he had taken in were diligent in the courtyard and did not complain about anything. However, Xiao Changtian knew very well that when some of them had just become his disciples, the system had told him that they were extremely talented. He was just a mortal. Other than teaching them the 4 arts, he should also try not to waste their talent, right? Although the Taoist priest said that there was only one person in his sect, he was still an immortal cultivator, right? Perhaps the treasure map contains secret manuals and pills. It would be good for his disciples to use them. After all, what the system gave him was too ridiculous. He couldn't even read it. I wonder where Shizhuan is going to investigate. Do you need Daji's help? Su Daji smiled back at Xiao Changtian. I can go to the Beast Emperor mountain range myself. You stay here and help. Jua. Although Xiao Changtian also hoped that someone could help him, after all, treasures were usually found in poor mountains and mountains, with demon beasts everywhere. As a mortal, it would not be easy to deal with demonic beasts. However, even if Su Daji was a girl with no cultivation like him, if she encountered a demon beast, she would probably die together. Beast Emperor Mountain Range? That's Daji's hometown. Daji hasn't been back for a while. I wonder if I can follow Shizhuan this time. Su Daji lowered her head. Xiao Changtian must have his reasons for not letting her go. He did not know if he would make his master unhappy by saying this. After all, with his master's cultivation, it was impossible for him not to notice that his hometown was in the Beast Emperor mountain range. Moreover, the Nine-Tail clan had indeed not returned for a while. He did not know how his clansmen were doing. After all, he had never returned after escaping. Daji's hometown was in the Beast Emperor mountain range. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Su Daji's words. Su Daji had also met her by chance. She did not expect her hometown to be the destination of the treasure map. Daji had been with him for some time and had never seen her go home. Forget it, if he let her follow him, not only would she be able to go home, but her home was also in the Beast Emperor mountain range. She must be very familiar with the Beast Emperor. This way, it could also help him avoid the places where those demon beasts often appeared. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian nodded to Su Daji. Alright, but it's still not enough for just the two of us. Let's call Di Tian and the others. He was a mortal, and Daji was a girl, so they did not have much combat power. Di Tian was after all an entry-level immortal cultivator. If he really encountered something, he would be able to intimidate him. In addition, Di Tian was also short of money now. If he really found some treasure, he could give him some of it. It would be killing two birds with one stone. When Su Daji heard that Xiao Changtian was willing to let her go with him, her face lit up. He quickly took the bucket in his hand and entered the courtyard. He slowly said to Xiao Changtian, "Master, wait for me." Soon, Xiao Changtian brought Su Daji to the front of the bookstore. When he arrived at the bookstore, Xiao Changtian saw Di Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Emperor sitting at the counter, engrossed in their books. If this was in his previous life, it would definitely give people the feeling of being a top student. "Old monster, you said that the water escape written by Senior. What did the water dragon bullet mean? I have no way of comprehending this type of true essence circulation path." The Ice Emperor was holding a book called Shocking. I was reincarnated into the Naruto world. He slowly said to the Demon Empress beside him, "If you and I could understand Senior's cultivation technique, would we still be at our current realm?" Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Demon Empress replied in a bad mood. At the same time, he was also reading a book called The Supreme Demon Path of Online Games. The cultivation techniques on it were even more obscure and difficult to understand. He had no way of understanding those combat techniques and weapons. "Don't talk. Look carefully." When Di Tian heard the chattering in his ears, he also calmly spoke. "I'm just at the critical moment." Upon hearing Di Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor also slowly shut their mouths. His lord's comprehension is still high. Upon seeing the look of interest on Di Tian's face, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor couldn't help but silently comment in their hearts. At this moment, Xiao Changtian walked in with Su Daji. "Senior." Seeing Xiao Changtian, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor stood up and spoke to him slowly. Di Tian slowly put down the book in his hand after hearing the Ice and Demon Emperor's words. He looked at Xiao Changtian and spoke to him. "Senior." Xiao Changtian smiled and nodded at them. Looking at Di Tian's earlier appearance, he was the same as him in his previous life who stayed up late to read novels. Chapter 336 Chapter 336 Devouring the Clone 1 Chapter 336 Devouring the Clone 1 Xiaokangshan Bookstore. Xiao Changtian told Di Tian and the others the reason why he came here. "I see. There's a treasure coming out of the Beast Emperor mountain range. Senior is bringing us there to seize the opportunity." After Di Tian and the other two heard this, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they stared at Xiao Chang'an. Di Tian silently swore in his heart. Not only did this senior arrange such a huge opportunity for him in the bookstore, but he also brought him along with him when there was news of treasures. In the future, if the Divine Court were to regain its glory, it would definitely become the most important chess piece in Senior's hands. Xiao Changtun smiled when he saw the gratitude in the eyes of Di Tian and the others. As expected, Di Tian and the others were still lacking money. The moment he said that he would give them a chance to earn money, they would be so excited. Then, a young man from the bookstore came in and said to Xiao Chang'an, "Senior, a carriage has been prepared outside. I hope it can be used as a means of transportation for Senior." Hearing this young man's words, Xiao Changtian also looked towards the door. He saw a reddish-brown BMW pulling a car behind it. It looked very eye-catching. Upon seeing this carriage, Xiao Changtian also spoke to Di Tian and the others. "Let's go." Di Tian and the others also saw the carriage outside the bookstore and followed Xiao Changtian out. Xiao Changtian came to the front of the horse carriage. The horse looked at Xiao Changtian and felt his aura. It couldn't help but let out a breath. A mere mortal wants me to serve him. Su Daji followed behind Xiao Changtian and also looked at the reddish-brown horse in front of her. This was one of the most common species in the demonic beast world, the red steed. There were only two characteristics of this group. One was their endurance. Although their attack and defense were not very good, they were good at running and were a good tool for transportation. The second was to bully the weak and fear the strong. As this group's strength was generally not very good, they would be respectful when they met the strong, and they would have a sense of superiority when they met the weak. The red steed in front of him was only at the golden core stage, but it looked at Xiao Changtian with disdain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Xiao Changtian stepped onto the stairs, the red steed wanted to show Xiao Changtian its might. Monkey jumped onto his body and patted him. Under Monkey's pats, Red Colt immediately felt the flow of quintessential essence in his body become uneven. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Red Colt could not help but say to the monkey on his back, "Senior Divine Monkey, I don't know how I offended you, but please forgive. Were you trying to be disrespectful to Master just now? Let me tell you, be obedient on the way or else, hee. Monkey sat on the horse's back and waved his fists. After Xiao Changtian got on the carriage, Su Daji, Di Tian and the rest followed suit. When the Ice Emperor boarded the carriage, she released her aura intentionally or unintentionally. You condescending fellow, behave yourself. With the Ice Emperor's cultivation, how could he not see that the horse was trying to trip Xiao Changtian up? Sensing the Ice Emperor's aura, the red steed's head drooped, trembling, not daring to speak. The Demon Empress, who had just boarded the carriage, warned Red Colt. After everyone got into the carriage, Xiao Changtian saw Monkey sitting on the horse. Seeing Monkey, Xiao Changtian carried him from the horse. Stop fooling around. Otherwise, stay in the courtyard next time. Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Monkey immediately retracted his imposing manner and obediently walked into Xiao Changtian's arms. When the Red Colt saw Monkey's state, it could not even stand properly. Divine Realm, in a dark basement. The walls of the basement were filled with all kinds of chains and torture devices. In the center of the basement, there was a round platform. On it was a figure bound by iron chains. The figure's hair was disheveled, and he could not see his face at all. Surrounding the round platform was a huge ditch that was filled with blood. Squeak, squeak. The door to the basement was slowly opened, and a man in black walked in. Under the effect of the soul-binding chains, your consciousness should be almost obliterated. The man in black slowly walked in and said to the man in the middle of the round platform, "You, betraying your main body, will not have a good ending in the end." The man in the middle of the round platform looked at the man who walked in from the basement and said weakly to him, "Ha!" The black-robed man sneered. His figure flashed and he appeared in the center of the round platform. She held the man's cheek with one hand and slowly said to his face, "Do you know why I asked you to stay for so long? I wanted you to see the moment I devour my main body. However, there seems to be no chance now. Your soul power seems to be unable to support it. So, you should become my nourishment." The black-clothed man looked at the man in front of him with a somewhat crazy expression and said with a smile. Then, a black vital essence rose from the black-robed man's hand. As soon as the black vital essence appeared, it attacked the man on the round platform, devouring everything in his body. Ah! The man in the middle of the round platform let out a miserable cry after being swallowed by the black-robed man. You went against your original will. Even if you devour me, the main body and the 10 great generals will not let you off in the future. When he was devoured, the face of the man in the middle of the round platform was finally seen clearly. It was a clone of the master of the divine court, and in front of him was a face that was exactly the same as his. It was also a clone of the lord of the divine court. However, this clone was currently devouring another clone. Hearing the man on the round platform's words, the clone of the master of the divine court also smiled. The 10 great generals, I don't know if they're still alive. Even if they're still alive, as long as I devour my main body, they'll naturally submit to me. You don't have to worry so much. The clone of the master of the divine court looked at the clone in front of him and said somewhat crazily. Clearly, he was also very afraid of the former 10 great generals of the divine court. As he spoke, the clone of the master of the divine court slowly absorbed his clone. After the absorption, the clone of the master of the divine court circulated his cultivation to adjust the true essence in his body. After a while, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body had reached the peak of the God-Emperor realm. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the basement. I say, Tion, we've already completed what we promised you. Now, it's time for us to settle our matters. Upon hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Tion's face as he stared at the space before him. Not enough. Then, he made a hand seal with both hands and pointed it at the ditch beside him. Following that, the blood in the ditch surged and soared into the sky, gathering on the clone of the master of the divine court. Ha, you're really bold. As expected of our ally. 1 foot 11 inches wait for you for a few more days. A voice came from the void again. Obviously, he was also surprised that the clone of the master of the divine court would absorb the blood in the drain. Chapter 337, Chapter 337. Senior's realm is too high, we can only slowly understand it. 1. Chapter 337. Senior's realm is too high, we can only slowly understand it. 1. On a small path between the mountains, Xiao Chang Tian, Tion, and the Ice Empress sat in the carriage. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Xiao Chang Tian knew that they were getting closer and closer to their destination. After that, he seemed to have thought of something. Xiao Chang Tian took out the bamboo basket behind him and spoke to Tion and the others. I brought a few weapons from the courtyard. I don't know if they will be of any help to you. You guys take it first. When you encounter a ferocious beast or something, can use it to defend yourself. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian took out a large saber from the bamboo basket and gave it to the Demon Emperor, a long sword to Tion, and a long spear to the Ice Emperor. There was also a pair of scissors for Su Daji. These were all made when he was idle in the courtyard. It just so happened that they would come in handy when he came out to search for treasures. Tion and the others received the weapons Xiao Changtian handed over. When they saw the weapons in their hands, they were all filled with joy. This was a celestial artifact. No, it was of a higher grade than a celestial artifact. The Ice Emperor looked at the spear in his hand. With the spear in his hand, he felt that his combat power had increased by several levels. Su Daji took the scissors that Xiao Changtian handed over and said to Xiao Changtian in embarrassment, "Master, can you change it to another one?" This pair of scissors, hearing Su Daji's words, Xiao Changtian also looked over and saw that the scissors were placed on the carriage. Obviously, Su Daji could not pick it up. As for Tion and the others, they had also forgotten about the past. The pupils in their eyes widened by several times. The lines on the scissors were the Tao runes of the Great Tao. Heavens, Senior actually contained the power of the Great Tao in a pair of scissors. Xiao Changtian looked at Su Daji and was speechless. He didn't know if it was right to bring her here. She couldn't even pick up a pair of scissors. If she encountered a demon beast or something, she would be so scared that she wouldn't be able to move. As he thought about this, he said to Su Daji slowly, "Daji, it's just a pair of scissors. There are many more like him, and there are countless heavier ones. You have to practice more." As he spoke, Xiao Changtan took the scissors from Su Daji's hands and continued to search the bamboo basket. As for Tion and the others, when they heard Xiao Changtian's words, they felt even more shocked in their hearts. It turned out that this pair of scissors that contained the power of the Great Tao was just an ordinary item in the eyes of Senior. In that case, the weapons he used before were probably not even trash in the eyes of the seniors. Moreover, from what Senior said, There were many weapons that were more awesome than scissors. I wonder what it looks like? It was estimated that once that kind of immortal artifact appeared, it could sweep across the entire divine world. And while Di Tian and the others were deep in thought, Xiao Changtian casually created a hairpin. The moment the hairpin was taken out, everyone in the carriage felt the weapons on their bodies let out a soft hum. It was obvious that they were afraid of something. The Ice Emperor and the others' yuan began to circulate on their own as if they had encountered some great terror. This hairpin was even more terrifying than the scissors. Xiao Changtian held the hairpin in his hand and handed it to Su Daji. "This is for you." This was the smallest thing that Xiao Changtian could find. If Su Daji did not move it, he would have no choice. "Master, this?" Su Daji looked at the hairpin in Xiao Changtian's hand and hesitated. He was the same as Di Tian and the others. He could also sense that this hairpin was even more terrifying than the scissors earlier. This weight was probably even more terrifying than a pair of weird scissors. Seeing Su Daji's hesitant look, Xiao Changtian also walked over. She helped Su Daji put the hairpin on his head. "All right, it's just a hairpin. What are you hesitating about?" Xiao Changtian said slowly after helping Su Daji put it on. What was wrong with Daji today? After that, Xiao Changtian also saw the shocked expressions on Di Tian and the others' faces. He then spoke in an embarrassed manner. "I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself." Di Tian and the others probably couldn't stand Su Daji's dilly-dallying earlier. When Di Tian and the others heard the words of Xiao Changtian, they immediately smiled at him and replied, "No, no. What a joke. If Su Daji didn't pick up the hairpin, they would laugh at her. Then wouldn't they have no chance to be laughed at? We can only say that Senior's realm is too high. We can only slowly comprehend it." The moment Xiao Changtian put the hairpin on her, Su Daji thought that she would not be able to take it. He did not expect the hairpin to be like an ordinary hairpin on his head. It did not have any weight at all. Could it be that his perception was wrong? After all, it was normal for his perception to be wrong in front of his master. With this thought in mind, Su Daji also raised her arm to pull out the hairpin on her head. "It doesn't matter if I don't pull it out, I pull it out. I find that hairpin is like sticking to my head, I can't move it at all." This. Su Daji didn't know what was going on. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Monkey, who was in the carriage, saw Su Daji's expression and laughed. He transmitted his voice to her. "Daji, don't worry about her. With your current strength, you can't take her down, but she can protect you at the critical moment." When Su Daji heard Monkey's words, she slowly understood. It was not that he could not pull it out, but that his strength was too weak. This hairpin had clearly been specially treated by his master, so he did not feel any weight. With this thought in mind, Su Daji looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude in her eyes. Xiao Changtian looked at Su Yi fiddling with her hairpin, but it didn't seem to move at all. No way could Daji not even lift this hairpin? Forget it, he didn't care. If he couldn't even lift the hairpin, he could only tell her that he was awesome. When Su Daji saw that Xiao Changtian was not particularly satisfied with her, she also secretly transmitted her voice to Di Tian and the others. "Ditan, will your master be disappointed in me?" When Di Tian heard Daji's voice transmission, he was also stunned. "It can't be. With Miss Daji's talent, she's already much stronger than us. Besides, Senior won't judge people based on their aptitude." As he spoke, Di Tian also felt a little guilty. After hearing Su Daji's words, Di Tian suddenly felt that all the geniuses he had seen in the divine realm were trash. After being encouraged by Di Tian, Su Daji said to herself, in the future, he had to work harder to cultivate. Otherwise, it would not be good to disappoint his master. In a basement in the divine realm, the clone of the master of the divine court slowly opened his eyes. The aura on his body soared into the sky, officially stepping into the godly emperor realm. When the clone of the master of the divine court broke through, a voice sounded. "Di Tian, since you've broken through, let's have a chat in the main hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court in the basement also flashed and disappeared from the basement. Chapter 338 Chapter 338 Demon Emperor Relic 1 Chapter 338 Demon Emperor Relic 1 In a magnificent palace in the Divine Realm. In the main hall, there were 3 huge chairs. The backs of the chairs were all covered with animal skin. At this moment, there was a figure with a powerful aura sitting on each of the 3 chairs. Below the hall stood 2 rows of guards with long spears in their hands. Then, a ball of black gas appeared in the hall and transformed into the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court. On the first chair sat a figure in a blood-red robe. There was a dragon head carved on the robe, and a huge bone necklace hung around his neck. When he saw the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court in the hall, he said to, Men, give Tian a seat. As soon as the voice fell, the guards in the hall brought in a chair that was exactly the same as the one above. The blood-red figure looked at the chair in the guard's hand. True essence gathered in his hand and emitted a suction force. Suddenly, the chair landed beside them. Tian, please. Hearing the blood-red figure's voice, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court smiled and sat down. According to the agreement, we will capture the main body for you, and you will help us find the Demon Emperor's relic. In the middle of a chair, a female dressed in white wolf fur robes was fiddling with her hands as she spoke to Tian. That's right, Emperor. Your cultivation has already reached the God Monarch. It's time to start. A rough voice rang out in the hall. On the last chair, a man with a bare chest, dressed in yellow clothes and a collar on his head, was staring at Tian. The Demon Emperor relic was the essence of every demon emperor after they died. This treasure was a huge tonic for every demon beast that had reached the cultivation level of Emperor God. Moreover, there had always been a rumor in the demon beast world that the previous demon emperor did not die in meditation. Instead, he had reached a cultivation level that surpassed the godly emperor and ascended to another world. When he ascended, he condensed his life's essence into the Demon Emperor relic in order to feed the demon beast world. The cultivation of the 3 demon beasts in the hall had already reached the godly emperor realm. If they could obtain the Demon Emperor relic, they might be able to advance further. Being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court smiled at them. Then he stretched out his palm, and a blueprint appeared in his hand. Of course, we have sworn an oath to the heavens, so we will naturally do it. As the clone of the Master of the Divine Court spoke, he slowly opened the blueprint in his hand. What was recorded on the map was exactly the same as the treasure map that Dao Kong had given Xiao Changtian. This is... The woman in the middle saw the blueprint in the hands of the Master of the Divine Court and could not help but ask. This is the location of the Demon Emperor's relic. My Divine Court paid a huge price to obtain it from the Carefree sect. As he spoke, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court slowly handed the blueprint in his hand to the woman in the middle. Qingqiu, how is it? The blood-red figure at the side watched as the woman in the middle received Tian's diagram. He also leaned over and spoke slowly. Tian Yuan continent? What a coincidence! Another man with a bare chest also leaned over and slowly said, Tian, it seems that our cooperation is the best choice. Your main body is also on the Tian Yuan continent. After confirming the authenticity of the blueprint, Qingqiu said slowly to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. After hearing Qingqiu's words, there was no expression on the clone's face. He waved his hand at her. That's good. You guys have already made arrangements, right? It did not surprise him that the main body was on the Tian Yuan continent. Of course you can rest assured. Qingqiu had already kept the treasure map as she stared at Tian. Blood Dragon, Yellow Ape, Tian, if there's no problem, let's do it now. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the other 2 looked at each other and did not say anything, indicating that they agreed. After seeing that Tian and the others were fine, Qingqiu also made a hand gesture in front of her chest. A faint green vital essence appeared on Qing Qiu's hand. Tian Yuan Continent, Beast King Mountain Range, Nine-Tailed Fox's territory. While Qing Qiu was casting the spell, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's first elder, who was sitting in front of the clan's forbidden altar, also sensed something. A burst of green true essence rose from his body, and then slowly gathered into the forbidden altar in front of him. Are you ready? The great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox race sat in front of the forbidden altar. Qing Qiu's voice slowly came from the forbidden altar. Exalted goddess, everything is ready. Hearing Qing Qiu's voice, the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder also knelt down and respectfully replied. That's good. Let's welcome him. As Qing Qiu's voice fell, the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder stood up from the ground and gathered all the true essence in her body into the forbidden altar. Then, a terrifying aura came from the forbidden altar. In the divine world, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Qing Qiu, the blood dragon, the yellow ape, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. The demon beast guards behind him entered one by one and arrived at the Nine-Tailed Fox forbidden altar. When they appeared, cracks even appeared in the space around the forbidden altar, as if it could not withstand their existence. The movements in the forbidden altar naturally could not escape the senses of the Nine-Tailed Fox. After they appeared one after another, the elders of the Nine-Tailed Fox also arrived. Looking at them and sensing the terrifying aura on their bodies, they were all stunned and trembling on the spot, not knowing what to do. A demon beast commander swept his gaze across the world and could not help but say, I didn't expect a sacred object to appear in this ant-like place. Then, the demon beast commander waved his sleeve. Blood Fiend Army, clear the area within 100 miles. Following the command of the demon beast commander, the demon beasts behind him also flew out in teams. Now, they would come here through the forbidden altar because they did not want to attract the attention of other experts in the divine realm. Now that he was here, he naturally had no scruples. When the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder saw the demonic beast commander, she also walked over. Exalted goddess, I've already done as you instructed. Look at your promise. Perhaps it was because the aura on Qing Qiu's body was too terrifying. The Nine-Tailed Fox first elder's voice was a little soft. Don't worry, we will bestow your Nine-Tailed Fox clan with endless glory. The demon beast commander looked at the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox first elder in front of him. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light entered his body. As the light entered her body, the Nine-Tailed Fox Grand Elder felt that the true essence she had consumed to activate the forbidden altar had recovered a little. Following that, in the sky above the Beast Emperor mountain range, demon beasts from the divine realm stood in the sky. Submit or die. These words were like an imperial edict that echoed throughout the entire Beast Emperor mountain range. Immediately, wails sounded everywhere in the entire Beast Emperor mountain range. Chapter 339, Chapter 339. Fortunately, I didn't get flipped in one hit. Chapter 339. Fortunately, I didn't get flipped in one hit. 1. On a mountain road. A woman's clothes were a little dirty. There was blood in her mouth and beads of sweat on her forehead. As he walked, he would occasionally look back as if he was avoiding something. With his current situation, if he was caught by Luo Chang, that fellow, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought in her heart, Yumei also walked forward. Yumei, your clan has disobeyed Lord Divine Beast's orders, so don't make any unnecessary struggles and obediently return with me. When the time comes, serve this young master comfortably. Perhaps I can even leave a few incense sticks for your clan. A playful voice came from behind Yumei. Then, in Yumei's line of sight, a few men in black clothes were chasing after her. Damn it. Yumei looked at the figure behind her, and without caring about wiping the sweat on her forehead, she quickened her pace and ran forward. A streak of black light streaked across the void and struck Yumei heavily. Immediately, Yumei staggered and fell to the ground. Then, a few figures chased after her and landed beside her, looking at her with a mocking expression. Luo Chang, you won't have a good ending. Yu Mei looked at Luo Chang in front of her and said angrily, "Huh, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die." When Luo Chang heard Yu Mei's voice, he also laughed out loud. Following which, his expression turned sinister and lewd. "I don't know if you'll still say that after I punish you on the spots." After Luo Chang's voice fell, the two men beside him also walked over to Yu Mei's side with familiarity and held her hands. "Luo Chang, you bastard, what are you doing?" Yu Mei's face revealed a trace of despair after her hands were pressed down as she furiously spoke to Luo Chang. "You'll know what I'm going to do soon." Luo Chang's lascivious voice once again entered her ears. Yu Mei's heart had already lost the hope of escaping and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. "Even if I die, I can't be tainted by this guy." However, just as Yu Mei was about to commit suicide, a carriage came over from afar. Seeing this carriage, Yu Mei suddenly had a new glimmer of hope. Luo Chang looked at Yu Mei, whose clothes were in a mess, and was about to do something. He also saw the carriage coming towards him. XNXN was also displeased and gave a look to the attendant beside him. The two attendants understood. Their figures flashed and they flew towards the carriage. And when Luo Chang flew towards the carriage, the demon empress who controlled the carriage also pulled the carriage. Inside the carriage, Xiao Chang Tian felt the carriage suddenly stop and poked his head out. Just as he was about to ask why, he saw two black shadows flying towards them. Luo Chang's attendant landed in front of Xiao Changtian's carriage and said to Xiao Changtian and the others, "Who are you?" Hearing their words, Xiao Changtian also came down from the carriage. He smiled and waved at them. "We're just passing by. If we disturb you, we'll go back now." Looking at the decorations of these two people, they were all dressed in black and were in this mountain ridge. He was a mountain bandit. If he could say a few good words to the mountain bandits and let him go, that would be the best. Otherwise, he didn't get much money from this trip. The people in this car would have to go to the northwest after this. And when Xiao Changtian and Luo Chang's subordinates were conversing, Di Tian and the others also alighted from the carriage. What happened? Di Tian got down from the carriage and transmitted his voice to the demon emperor. "Master, we encountered two blind fellows." The devil emperor stared at the two of them as he transmitted his voice to Di Tian. When the two of them flew towards the carriage just now, the demon empress had planned to kill them. However, Xiao Changtian got off the carriage, so the demon empress didn't make a move. "Master, do you want me to?" "No need. Let's see what Senior has to say first." Di Tian stared at Xiao Changtian, who was in front of him, as he shook his head. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also walked over and saw Di Tian and the others alighting from the carriage. Xiao Changtian also waved his hand at him, signaling them to get on the car. What was wrong with this group of people? They didn't know the seriousness of the situation, so why were they still watching the show? He had to leave before the two bandits reacted. As for Di Tian, when he saw Xiao Changtian's hand gesture, he didn't react in time. What did this Senior mean? "Senior, do you want us to destroy them?" Di Tian also asked when he saw Xiao Changtian walking over. "Destroy them?" When Xiao Changtian heard Di Tian's words, he almost cursed out loud. "I thought you were here to watch the show, but I didn't expect you to want to exterminate the bandits." Didn't he even take a look at his own strength? Xiao Changtian remembered that back then when Di Tian was in the courtyard, even moving bricks was extremely difficult for him. With his strength, it would be good if he didn't get killed by the bandits. And at this moment, Luo Chang's followers also exchanged glances with each other. They stopped just now to check the aura of Xiao Changtian and the others. Xiao Changtian was obviously their leader. He didn't seem to have any aura. He was obviously a mortal. A mortal actually dared to disturb the young master's good time. Wasn't he courting death? Following that, Luo Chang's follower took out his long blade and attacked Xiao Changtian and the others. Upon seeing Luo Chang's follower actually taking the initiative to attack, Di Tian was enraged as well. He wanted to go out and fight with them. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor, when they saw Di Tian leaving, they hurriedly followed after him. It was over. He was still a step too late. Xiao Changtian looked at Luo Chang's followers who were charging towards them and covered his forehead. If this group of people hadn't come down just now, they would have run away long ago. As he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian still spoke to Di Tian and the others. Be careful, don't get hurt. Now that Di Tian and the others had rushed out, he could only pray that Di Tian, who had just entered the sect, had some strength and was able to defeat these bandits. Otherwise, it would not be easy to end things. As for Di Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Empress, they were just about to execute their spirit techniques to kill Luo Chang's 2 followers. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, their hands slowed down. Senior, are you asking us to go easy on them and spare their lives? After all, with the Demon Empress's cultivation, the 2 people in front of her would die if she used anything. At this moment, the blades of Luo Chang and the others clashed with the weapons in the hands of the Ice Emperor and the others. Bang! The sword and saber collided, and a loud sound was heard. Seeing that the Ice Emperor and the others had blocked the attack of Luo Chang's followers, Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't knocked out by a single blow. After Di Tian and the others made their move, Monkey and Ant, who were on the carriage, also glanced outside. He then continued sleeping. Such a small fry, he could just leave it to Di Tian and the others. Chapter 340 A Few Mountain Thieves, 1. Chapter 340 A Few Mountain Thieves, 1. On the mountain road, Luo Chang looked at the 2 attendants in front of him who had gone for such a long time without returning. He also lifted Yumei up from the ground and slowly said to her, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Then, Luo Chang's figure flashed and he arrived at Xiao Changtian's place. Looking at the 2 followers who were fighting with the Ice Emperor and the others, Luo Chang's eyes were filled with rage. He could not sense any powerful aura from the Ice Emperor and the others. 2 pieces of trash, Luo Chang said, and then he wanted Ice Emperor and the others to attack. Xiao Changtian looked at the fight between Ice Emperor and the others. The situation was originally very balanced, but now there was one from the other side. What if the balance was broken? When the Ice Emperor saw Luo Chang joining in, her eyes flickered. "Master, another one is here. What should we do? Should we kill them?" Di Tian received the Ice Emperor's voice transmission and gestured to his follower as he replied. "No need. Senior said not to harm their lives. Senior must have his own motive for saying this." When Xiao Changtian saw that Di Tian and the others didn't lose immediately after Luo Chang joined, he also heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was not a solution. He had to end this quickly. These bandits must have accomplices near the mountain ridge. If his accomplices came one by one, it would be bad. As he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian also called out to Di Tian and the others. "Di Tian, end this quickly." After Di Tian and the others heard Xiao Changtian's words, they exchanged glances with each other. Senior didn't want us to harm their lives, but he wanted to end the battle quickly. This was a little difficult. After all, if he was not careful and did not control his strength well, the few of them would be turned into ashes. However, Di Tian still transmitted his voice to the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor. "I think Senior means to break their legs. That way, they won't die. They won't stop us from advancing." After the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor received Di Tian's voice transmission, they nodded to him. "We will listen to Master." After that, Di Tian and the Ice Emperor revealed a flaw to Luo Chang and the others. "Fuck, after fighting for so long, I finally got a chance." One of the followers saw the Ice Emperor's weakness and smiled. He didn't know why, but from the start of the fight until now, the Ice Emperor gave him a feeling that he couldn't kill her. The other party had been defending and did not attack at all. Seeing this flaw, the servant was overjoyed and attacked the Ice Emperor. At this moment, a cold smile flashed across the Ice Emperor's face. He raised his thigh and hit the follower's abdomen. Bang! After being hit by the Ice Emperor, the servant fell to the ground. The Ice Emperor then stepped on one of the servant's legs. With a crack, the follower's leg was crippled. After the Ice Emperor dealt with one of her followers, the Demon Emperor also crippled one of her followers' legs. When Luo Chang saw his two followers suddenly collapse, his face was also filled with rage. The feeling Di Tian gave him was similar to the feeling the Ice Emperor gave him. No matter what attack he used, Di Tian could easily block it. However, Di Tian only knew how to defend and not attack. Di Tian would always be able to interrupt him at the crucial moment. Right now, it could be said that he had spirit skills that he could not use. Bastard die! After a few failed attacks, Luo Chang was enraged. He punched out towards Di Tian's chest. And when Luo Chang attacked, he saw that Di Tian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he took the initiative to welcome Luo Chang. Who are you looking down on? Gotcha! At the instant Luo Chang's strike landed on Di Tian's chest, he also felt a rebound force from Di Tian's body. This force directly broke the bones in his body. Bang! The bones in his body were almost shattered. Luo Chang stared at Di Tian, unable to say a single word. Ah! At the moment Luo Chang fell, Di Tian also fell to the ground, clutching his chest as he cried out. Upon seeing Di Tian falling to the ground, the two emperors instinctively wanted to help him up. Then, they saw Di Tian giving them a look, as if he was thinking of something. He pretended to fall to the ground and clutched his chest. This senior is cultivating his heart in the mortal world. He must think of himself as a mortal. We have to cooperate with his cultivation, right? And at this moment, they also walked over and saw Di Tian and the others defeating Luo Chang and the others. Xiao Changtian was also extremely happy in his heart. Di Tian and the others did have some skills. After that, Xiao Changtian slowly spoke to Di Tian and the others. Di Tian, are you guys all right? Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Tian also slowly stood up. He then spoke to Xiao Changtian. Senior, it's fine. It's just a few mountain bandits. Mountain bandits? The Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor stood up from the ground. When they heard Di Tian's words, they also reacted. Yes, it's just a few bandits. When Xiao Changtian saw the expressions of Di Tian and the others, he didn't seem to be lying to him. He slowly nodded his head. Seeing Xiao Changtian's satisfied expression, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor sighed in their hearts. His lord was wise enough to call these demonic beasts mountain bandits. If they were allowed to speak with their stupid mouths, they would definitely disturb the senior's cultivation. At this moment, Su Daji's voice was heard. Master, there's a woman here. Xiao Changtian heard Su Daji's words and looked in her direction. There was indeed an unconscious woman lying beside Su Daji. It was Yu Mei, who had just been chased by Luo Chang. This woman must have been captured by the bandits just now to be their wife or something. Since he had encountered her today, he could not leave her in the lurch. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian walked over and placed his hand on Yu Mei's nose. He was still breathing. After feeling Yu Mei's breathing, Xiao Changtian also picked up Yu Mei's arm and placed his hand on her pulse to check. Then, Xiao Changtian said to Su Daji, Daji, carry her on the carriage. We have to leave this place quickly. Although the bandit had been taken care of, his companions were definitely on their way here. If they didn't leave quickly, they wouldn't be able to escape. With Di Tian and the others' strength, they would be able to deal with 2 or 3 bandits, but if they encountered a group of bandits, they would definitely die. The woman had also checked herself and was only unconscious. It was not a big deal. He went to the carriage and gave her some water. She would recover quickly. After Su Daji carried Yu Mei onto the carriage, Xiao Changtian hurriedly called Di Tian and the rest to board the carriage. Soon, the Demon Empress controlled the carriage to move forward. Chapter 341, Chapter 341. Your days are not good right now 1. Chapter 341. Your days are not good right now 1. On the carriage on the mountain road. In the carriage, Yu Mei slowly woke up from her coma. You're awake. Seeing Yu Mei open her eyes, Su Daji also picked up a water bottle and said slowly to her. This is? I remember that I was. After standing up on the carriage, Yumei stared at Tion and the others in her surroundings, feeling somewhat puzzled. Little girl, it's all right now. The mountain bandit has been beaten away. Xiao Changtian smiled as he slowly spoke to Yumei when he saw the shock on her face. Mountain bandits. Yumei took a sip of the water bottle that Su Daji handed over and finally understood. She couldn't sense any aura from Xiao Changtian and the others. They looked like a group of mortals. It seemed like Luo Chang had encountered something and abandoned him after he was unconscious. He was saved by this group of passing mortals. After understanding the situation in her heart, Yumei cupped her fists towards Xiao Changtian and the others. Yumei thanks everyone for saving me. There's no need, little girl. I've seen your internal injuries. You'll be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Changtian slowly said to Yumei when he saw her expression. Yumei smiled when she heard this. Clearly, she was not very concerned. They were just a few mortals. What injuries could they detect? He had to quickly recover as well. He did not know how his family was doing. At this moment, Xiao Changtian's voice was heard again. Little girl, you are from the Beast Emperor mountain range, so we can bring you back. It is not safe for you to be alone in this desolate mountain range. Enter the Beast Emperor mountain range and bring him home? Yumei smiled when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. Are you also going to enter the Beast Emperor mountain range? Then listen to my advice. You can't enter the Beast Emperor mountain range now. Ever since a bunch of demonic beasts with terrifying auras suddenly appeared, the forces in the Beast Emperor mountain range could be said to have been reshuffled. His family was unwilling to submit to others, which was why they suffered such a destructive blow. Even cultivators were like this, let alone mortals. Seeing that Xiao Changtian and the others had saved her, Yumei also kindly advised them. Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement when he heard Yumei. She had just encountered the mountain bandits, so she had probably not recovered from the shock yet. It was understandable that they did not dare to enter the Beast Emperor mountain range. Xiao Changtian slowly said to Yumei when he thought of this. Miss, why don't we send you home first? When Yumei heard Xiao Changtian's words, she also nodded her head. Seeing that Xiao Changtian had saved her, it wasn't impossible to let a few mortals stay in her family for a few days. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of a bamboo forest under Yumei's guidance. Come with me. After Yumei arrived at the bamboo forest, she got down from the carriage and slowly said to Xiao Changtian and the others. Following that, under Yumei's lead, Xiao Changtian and the others slowly passed through the bamboo forest and arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Pushing open the door of the thatched cottage courtyard, a few women walked towards Yumei. Their hands groped around her body, afraid that she was injured somewhere. Yumei, are you all right? This was the place where the Yellow Python clan had fled. After they refused to submit to the control of the Black Tiger commander, the Yumei clan had moved here to avoid the disaster. After communicating with Yumei, her clansmen knew that Xiao Changtian had saved her. Immediately, a man who was obviously stronger than the others said to Xiao Changtian and the others, Thank you, everyone. You are Mo Ba of the Yellow Python clan. Seeing Mo Ba, Su Daji's voice came from behind Xiao Changtian. Hearing someone directly call out his name, Mo Ba was also stunned. When he heard Yumei say that Xiao Changtian and the others were mortals, Mo Ba didn't pay much attention to them. When he heard someone say his name, Mo Ba also saw Su Daji in the crowd. You're the Gong? The Ji? Yes, I am Daji. Before Mo Ba could finish his words, Su Daji walked in front of him and said slowly to him. When Su Daji was young, Mo Ba had also visited the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. It was also at that time that Su Daji met Mo Ba. Seeing Su Daji and Mo Ba talking back and forth, Xiao Changtian also said to them, Daji, do you know each other? Yes, we met when we were young. Su Daji explained to Xiao Changtian and then introduced him to Mo Ba. This is my master. I didn't expect that the person we saved was your sister. Master? When Mo Ba heard Su Daji's words, the way he looked at Xiao Changtian changed. Everyone knew about the strength of the nine-tailed fox clan in the Beast Emperor mountain range. Su Daji was also the little princess of the nine-tailed fox clan. Ba did not believe that Su Daji would find a mortal to be her master. Presumably, his realm was too low and he could not see through the other party's cultivation. When Yu Mei heard Ba and Su Daji's conversation, she was also shocked. He had thought that they were a group of mortals on the carriage just now. However, he did not expect that he would share a car with the little princess of the nine-tailed fox clan. Now, it seemed that his judgment was clumsy. Fortunately, he had done something out of line just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed like they had also chased Luo Chang away. This way, everything made sense. While Su Daji and Ba were talking, Xiao Changtian also walked over. Your days are not good now, right? It seems that you need to nourish yourself. Originally, Xiao Changtian wanted to bring Yu Mei back home, then they would continue to search for treasures. But who would have thought that Yu Mei's family knew his disciple? With this relationship as a master, he could not pretend that he could not see anything, right? Looking at the appearance of his disciples and friends, they were all covered in dust and were as thin as sticks. Even the strongest Ba didn't look as strong as his disciples. It was obvious that they were from a poor family. They could not survive in the town and had no choice but to move to the mountains. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Ba hurriedly replied. Senior is right. Recently, a group of powerful enemies have arrived. We have just moved away from the ancestral land, and our days are indeed not good. After speaking, Ba's expression was also somewhat sorrowful and furious. As long as those demonic beasts from the divine realm did not submit, they would directly launch an attack. Ba and the others really couldn't resist, so they ran out with the help of the elders in the clan. After hearing Ba's words, Xiao Changtian also sighed. Just as he had expected, they had moved from the town to live a good life. They didn't expect to encounter a powerhouse like the mountain bandits. They didn't have many strong men, so they naturally robbed them of everything they ate. However, since he was here, he would help if he could. Chapter 342 Chapter 342, Go Hunt for a Few Wild Beasts 1. Chapter 342, Go Hunt for a Few Wild Beasts 1. In the courtyard of the Yu Mei clan, Xiao Changtian stared at Tian and the others behind him as he slowly spoke. Tian, I can tell that it isn't easy for them. You guys go out and hunt some wild animals. Tian and the others had just defeated the mountain bandits. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hunt for some wild animals. It was good for Daji's friends to nourish their bodies. Tian, Bing Huang and Mo Huang heard Xiao Changtian's words and nodded. All right, senior. Anyway, no matter what the senior said, agreeing to it was the same. After exiting the courtyard, the Ice Emperor slowly spoke to Tian. My lord, what do you think the senior means? Tian placed his hand on his chin and slowly spoke to the Ice Emperor. According to my investigation of this world, I discovered many auras from the divine realm. Clearly, those people were suppressed by the divine realm. Senior asked us to hunt for wild game, so it's obvious that he wants us to kill the demon beasts that attacked this place. Upon hearing Tian's analysis, the demon emperor also nodded his head. I think Master is right. Senior's strength is unfathomable. Even a godly emperor is like an ant in front of Senior. In Senior's eyes, the demonic beasts of the divine realm are nothing more than wild animals. Hearing Tian and the demon empress's analysis, the Ice Empress nodded slowly, as if she had come to a realization. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. Just as the Ice Emperor was speaking, they heard a series of giggling and handsome voices. Then a few figures walked out from the bushes. Sir, we have already detected that those little snakes are hiding in that place in front. In the crowd, an old man stood beside a man. He pointed in the direction in front of him and saw that the man beside him was full of flattery. After hearing his words, the man nodded slowly at him. Not bad. I will explain your situation to the commander. Hearing the black-robed man's words, the old man's expression became even more flattering. You may, that slut, actually broke my son's entire body. After I catch you, I'll definitely make you pay back double. As they spoke, Ditian also saw them. The Ice Emperor was staring at the figures before him. You guys are from the divine realm, right? To actually dare to cause such a ruckus here, you really don't know how to die. Hearing someone directly mention his background, the man in black in the crowd was also shocked. Who are you? His gaze slowly swept past the Ice Emperor's body. After that, a smile appeared on his face when he saw Ditian's appearance. I know, you're the person the commander is looking for. As he spoke, the black-robed man's figure flashed as he charged towards Ditian. This time, they came to the lower realm for two reasons. First, to find the sacred object, and second, to find Ditian. As long as he could capture Ditian, he would have done a great service. At that time, while the man was rejoicing, the Ice Emperor's cold voice entered his ears. It's just a God King level leopard, yet it still dares to be so arrogant. As the Ice Emperor spoke, the Black Panther felt a bone-piercing cold aura attacking it. You are the godly emperor. Sensing the Ice Emperor's aura, the Black Panther's expression changed, and he was about to retreat. However, before he could take a few steps, the Black Panther's body turned into an ice sculpture and shattered in the air. Seeing their strongest ally being killed by the Ice Emperor in one move, Luo Chang's father, Luo Ming, felt a wave of fear in his heart. Just like the other demonic beasts, he retreated and sprinted backward. You disrespected the Lord and still want to run. Seeing that the others and Luo Ming wanted to escape, the Ice Emperor snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking. Old Ice, let me do it. Senior wants us to bring it back. The Demon Empress walked out from the side and looked at Luo Ming and the others as she spoke to the Ice Empress. If it was the Ice Emperor's way of fighting, these people would probably be beaten until not even dregs were left. After hearing the Demon Empress's words, the Ice Emperor nodded slowly at him. Then, a burst of black vital essence rose from the Demon Empress' body. A few black chains chased after Luo Ming and the others. After being bound by the black chains, Luo Ming immediately took out a jade pendant from his body. She bit her fingertip and said in horror, Lord Commander, save me! Lord Commander, save me! As Luo Ming's voice fell, the black chain pierced through his body. Following that, all the demonic beasts, including Luo Ming, returned to their original forms and lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, a violent aura came from afar. After that, a man slowly appeared before Ditian and the others. The man had silver-white skin and a tall and sturdy physique. He stared at his dead subordinates on the ground and slowly spoke to Ditian and the others. It was you who killed my subordinates. When the Demon Empress saw who it was, she slowly said to him, Black Tiger, I didn't expect it to be you. What does Blood Dragon want here? Sect Master of the Heaven Demon Sect, I didn't expect you to come to the lower realm. I thought you were dead. Although the Black Tiger had the cultivation of a God Emperor realm expert, for some reason, it was not afraid at all when facing the God Emperor realm Demon Emperor. I don't know who gave you the courage to come and question me. Hearing Black Tiger's words, the Devil Empress smiled faintly. Then, she cast another black chain and attacked Black Tiger. Hee, Sect Master of the Heaven Demon Sect, I know everything about you like the back of my hand. In the past, I might have been afraid of you, but now. As he said this, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Black Tiger's mouth. Heaven Sealing Formation, get up. Black Tiger shouted loudly, and then flags flew out from behind him. They surrounded Ditian and the other two. Ditian, you're the person my lord wants to capture. Are you satisfied with this preparation? The reason why Black Tiger had rushed over after receiving Luo Ming's message was because he was afraid that Luo Ming would be too late. An important reason was that he could sense Ditian's aura through the jade pendant. Heaven Sealing Array, how do you know this? Upon seeing the Heaven Sealing Great Array, the expressions of the three emperors changed for the first time. The heaven-sealing array was an array formation that only the previous lords of the divine court would use to deal with traitors of the divine court. As long as you cultivated the cultivation technique in the divine court, your cultivation would plummet under the suppression of the heaven-sealing array. The flags revolved around Tion and the other two. Very quickly, a gigantic formation was formed beneath their feet. "We can't let him continue to use it." Tion spoke to the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor. Then, the Demon Empress took the initiative to attack. The black chains hit the barrier of the Grand Array, but it was useless. After that, the Ice Emperor and Tion's attacks also landed on the formation. Similarly, they didn't cause any substantial damage to the formations. Chapter 343 Chapter 343, An Unparalleled Arrow, 1. Chapter 343, An Unparalleled Arrow, 1. In the heaven-sealing array, the expressions of Tion, the Ice Emperor, and the Devil Emperor grew increasingly heavy. As time passed, the suppression of the Great Sealing Array became more and more severe. Tion's true chi continued to condense and release as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the heaven-sealing array to be spread out because people without the bloodline of the Lord of the Divine Court could not use it. The heaven-sealing array cast by the black tiger in front of him was clearly prepared by others in advance and stored on his body in some special way. But even so, he knew how to break the formation. However, there was a special requirement to break the array. That was, the cultivation of the person who broke the array had to be higher than the cultivation of the person who set up the array. The current situation could only explain one thing, and that was that this heaven-sealing array was stored in one of his clones on the black tiger's body. The clone's goal was very simple. It wanted to deal with him. It seemed that his initial worries had turned into reality. The black tiger stared at Tion and the others as a smile appeared on his face. "Don't struggle for no reason." Then, the true essence in his body surged, and the black tiger directly transformed into its true form. Immediately, a black tiger appeared, and the speed of the formation of the heaven-sealing array increased. At the same time, in Yumei's courtyard, Xiao Changtian stared at the sky. Tion and the others had left for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? If this continued, the wild animals would all go into hiding. As he thought this in his heart, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Mo Ba beside him, "Brother, can you take us out for a while?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, how could Mo Ba dare to say no, and hurriedly agreed. After Tion and the others left, Mo Ba was also very curious about Xiao Changtian. He wanted to know how a human could become Su Daji's master. He didn't expect that he wouldn't know if he didn't look at it. He was shocked when he saw it. Xiao Changtian looked ordinary. In fact, the ants crawling on his shoulders were actually the chaos ants mentioned in his ancestral home. There was also the monkey beside him. Looking carefully, it was actually a divine monkey that was emitting golden light all over its body. Xiao Changtian was the leader of these mythical beasts that could only be heard from their ancestors. How could Mo Ba not be shocked? After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mo Ba hurriedly brought him out. Very quickly, Su Daji, Mo Ba, and Xiao Changtian walked outside. Something interesting seemed to be happening over there. Monkey looked at the direction where Tion and the black tiger were fighting and immediately walked over. After Xiao Changtian saw the monkey's actions, he also followed. It was said that animals had sharp noses. Who knows, maybe the monkey would find Tion and the others. On the other side, Tion was also staring at the black tiger in front of him. He was also doing his best to resist the erosion of the heaven-sealing great array. At the same time, they had to defend against the attacks of the black tiger from time to time. After the formation of the heaven-sealing array, it formed a huge suppression on them. It was impossible for any one of them to be a match for black tiger. If they resisted together, they might have a chance of survival. Roar! The black tiger let out a roar of rage, its body shooting towards Tion and the others. Its sharp claws were about to lunge at Tion. "Master, be careful." Upon seeing the Black Tiger launching its attack, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor hurriedly stood in front of Tion to block. The 3 people and 1 tiger were locked in a fierce battle. At this moment, Monkey also arrived at Tion's place. Watching the 3 people and 1 tiger fight, Monkey spread out his palms. He had thought that it was something good, but it turned out to be just a small rage. The monkey's appearance naturally attracted the attention of Tion and the others. At the instant they saw him, joy appeared on their faces. Since Monkey was here, it meant that Senior was not far away. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian, Mo Ba, and Daji appeared beside Monkey. As expected, Tion and the others were here. Xiao Changtan stared at Tion and the others as a smile appeared on his face. As for Mo Ba, who was beside Xiao Changtan, his body was trembling uncontrollably. When they saw the Black Tiger fighting against Tion and the others, their minds were filled with the scene of the Black Tiger descending upon their tribe. It was Black Tiger. Under his strength, his clansmen were either dead or injured. Only a few people could escape. Xiao Changtian also felt the change in Mo Ba. Seeing his trembling appearance, he shook his head. Seeing a tiger, one would be afraid of being humiliated. It would be difficult to survive in the mountains like this. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian said to Mo Ba, "It's just a tiger. What's there to be afraid of? You're the hunter in the mountains, and they're all your prey. Daji, bring me the bow." Su Daji placed a bow in Xiao Changtian's hand. Then, Xiao Changtian took an arrow from Su Daji's hand and aimed it at the Black Tiger. "Senior, are you going to kill that Black Tiger?" When Mo Ba heard Xiao Changtian's words and saw Xiao Changtian's actions, his heart was also shocked. During the clan protection war, their clan had also shot many arrows at the Black Tiger. However, it was useless. Moreover, the arrow in Xiao Changtian's hand seemed to be no different from an ordinary arrow. "Senior, could it be that you're being too careless?" When Xiao Changtian aimed at it, the Black Tiger felt a dangerous aura locking onto it. What was going on? When Xiao Changtian and the others appeared just now, Black Tiger had also seen them. They were simply mortals, and there was still a fish that had escaped the net. There was nothing to be afraid of at all, but the feeling now was indeed real. On the other side, Xiao Changtan also drew his bow. He released his hand and flew towards the Black Tiger. The moment Xiao Changtian shot that arrow, Mo Ba felt the surrounding time and space stop. In Mo Ba's eyes, he could only see an enormous arrow flying out from his side. Wherever the arrow passed, time would stop, space would collapse, and everything would cease to exist. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the Black Tiger's body. Almost at the same time, the Black Tiger's aura and soul completely disappeared from this world, as if it had never existed. Bang! The Black Tiger's body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Changtian looked at the Black Tiger on the ground and smiled. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his shooting. Mo Ba stood by Xiao Changtian's side, looking at Xiao Changtian's figure, unable to speak. Senior was not arrogant at all. His strength was heaven-defying. Although the arrow just now was an ordinary arrow, it was an unprecedented arrow in the hands of Senior. No wonder even Daji had to be under Senior's tutelage, and the Divine Monkey and Chaos Ants had to acknowledge him as their master. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable. This is the way to survive in the mountains. Do you understand? Xiao Changtian handed the bow in his hand to Su Daji and said slowly to Mo Ba. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mo Ba's body trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior's teachings, Mo Ba will remember them in his heart." Senior was preaching to him. Unfortunately, that arrow just now was too profound. He could not remember much at all. He had to go back and cultivate properly. At this moment, Tion and the others slowly walked over. Chapter 344, Chapter 344. It's really bitter, 1. Chapter 344. It's really bitter, 1. Beast Emperor Mountain Range. Tion brought the Ice Emperor and the others to Xiao Changtian's side. He smiled at him. Thank you, Senior. When Xiao Changtian shot out that arrow, Di Tian and the others also felt that the space around them was about to collapse. The heaven-sealing array that the black tiger had placed on them naturally shattered. After hearing the words of Di Tian and the others, Xiao Changtian waved his hands at them as he pointed at the black tiger that he had just killed. Bring those wild animals back. We're eating tiger meat today. As for Emoba, he saw the direction Xiao Changtian was pointing at and gulped. Senior, do you mean that we're going to eat the black tiger today? With Senior's strength, that black tiger was probably just food in Senior's eyes from the beginning to the end. Thinking of this, Emoba hurriedly walked up and carried the black tiger on his shoulder. Senior, let me do it. Following that, Emoba also saw that there were more or less the corpses of other demonic beasts lying beside him. The Ice Emperor and Demon Emperor walked over and said to him, Little brother, let's go together. Looking at Xiao Changtian's attitude towards Emoba, it was obvious that he intended to nurture him. Thus, when the Ice Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Emoba spoke, they were extremely polite. Very quickly, Emoba and the others returned to the courtyard with a monster beast on their shoulders. When Yumei saw Emoba and the others return, she hurriedly went out to welcome them. Seeing the demon beasts on their shoulders and feeling the familiar aura on them, he covered his mouth with his hand. Brother, what's on your shoulder? Oh, this is the black tiger that Senior just shot. It's going to go with the wine today. Emoba placed the black tiger on his shoulder on the ground and explained to Yumei. On the way back, Emoba had also communicated with Di Tian and the others, knowing Xiao Changtian's situation. After Yumei, the other members of the Yellow Python clan also came to Emoba's side. Old Yellow, you've finally gotten your revenge. A woman sat on the ground and looked at the black tiger on the ground. Tears flowed from her eyes as she spoke to the sky. The other members of the Yellow Python clan were the same. Looking at the black tiger in front of them, they felt a sense of pleasure as if they had taken revenge. After Xiao Changtian returned, he went to tidy up the other demonic beasts. Turning around, he saw Emoba and his clansmen all had tears streaming down their faces filled with gratitude. She sighed in her heart. Sigh, how long has it been since she last saw meat? He was so excited when he saw a few wild beasts. While Xiao Changtian was speaking, Emoba also thought of something and transmitted his voice to his clansmen. After receiving Emoba's voice transmission, the Yellow Python clan members looked at Xiao Changtian as if he was a god. They were all privately transmitting their voices to each other. This senior has helped our clan take revenge. After we return to our ancestral land, we will erect a statue to worship our clansmen. Yes, I agree. Also, Senior is currently cultivating. We must remember not to disturb him. It's already a great kindness for him to help my clan. If he were to disturb Senior's cultivation, wouldn't my clan become ungrateful? After Xiao Changtian saw the Yellow Python clan looking at him, he said to Su Daji, Daji, get ready, we're about to start. Judging from their looks, it was obvious that they were very greedy for the meat. Even if they came back, they had to cook it for everyone to eat earlier, right? Then, Su Daji responded to Xiao Changtian and took out a kitchen knife and other tools from Xiao Changtian's bamboo basket with difficulty. Emoba and the others also came to Xiao Changtian's side and said to him, Senior, is there anything we can help you with? Hearing the words of Emoba and the others, Xiao Changtian also smiled and pointed at the plates beside him. Then help me wash these dishes. These plates had been placed in his bamboo basket and had not been washed much. There was still some dust. After Emoba heard Xiao Changtian's words, he walked over and was about to pick up a stack of plates. He held the bottom of the plate with both hands. What's going on? Why is this plate so heavy? Emoba looked at the plate in front of him and used all his strength to find that he couldn't pick it up. These were all high-quality immortal artifacts. Looking at the plate in front of him, Emoba's eyes were filled with shock. No wonder he couldn't pick them up. They were all saint artifacts. As for the other Yellow Python clansmen, Their situation was similar to Imoba's. They were all unable to carry these plates. At this moment, Di Tian also walked over. He slowly spoke to them. I think you guys are weak. Just take a plate each. If you take a stack, your strength. Hearing Di Tian's words, the Yellow Python clan members exchanged glances. The few of them used all their strength to pick up a plate and slowly walked towards the well in the courtyard. Xiao Changtian saw their expressions and couldn't help but speed up the process of processing the demon beast skin. Sigh, how many days had these people not eaten? They had to work together to carry a plate. It was really tough. It was better to let them eat some meat to replenish their energy. After a while, Xiao Changtian set up a barbecue grill in the courtyard. The meat of the black tiger and other demon beasts was placed on top, and waves of meat fragrance came from them. Mo Ba and the others felt that their cultivation was about to break through just by smelling the fragrance of the meat. Senior was giving his clan a great opportunity. Before they started eating, the Yellow Python clan smelled the fragrance of the meat and looked at Xiao Changtian with reverence. They all made up their minds. As long as Xiao Changtian had any orders in the future, they would do anything for him. Soon, Xiao Changtian finished roasting the meat. Originally, he thought that being a foodie would do, but the lesson in the courtyard had already taught him. He still had to do the barbecue himself. It wasn't like Di Tian and his disciple couldn't do this or that. Looking at the meat on the rack, Xiao Changtian said to everyone, "Don't just stand there. Come and eat it." Following Xiao Changtian's words, the Yellow Python clan members walked towards Xiao Changtian one by one. At the start, he was still a little reserved. But in the end, he was practically on good terms with Di Tian and the others. While Xiao Changtian and the others were having their barbecue, in a palace in the divinity, Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, Qingqiu, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court sat in the hall. Immediately after, Blood Dragon opened his eyes and a sinister voice came out of his mouth. Black Tiger is dead. After Blood Dragon spoke, the other three opened their eyes and looked at him. It seems that the main body's strength has already exceeded our expectations. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court was the first to speak and slowly said to them. The Black Tiger was the strongest person they had sent to the Tianyuan continent. He possessed the strength of a god king and had the heaven sealing formation he had specially cast. In the heaven sealing array, even the cultivation of a godly emperor would be suppressed to the level of a godly king. The main body defeating the Black Tiger only meant one thing. The main body was stronger than him. As soon as the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court finished speaking, a small demon walked in from outside. "Master, we just caught 3 humans." Chapter 345 Chapter 345 Calamity 1 Chapter 345 Calamity 1 In a large hall in the divine realm. Qingqiu frowned when she heard the report from the little demon who had just entered. Bring him up. This place was the territory of their demonic beasts all year round in the divine realm. Almost no humans came here. There were actually a few humans here today. Something was very wrong. Soon, under the lead of a few demon beast generals, the 3 humans arrived at the main hall. "Kneel down when you see my lord." A demon commander shouted when he saw the 3 of them. Then, a human immediately knelt down and said to Qingqiu and the others, "Milords, it's a misunderstanding. I'm Li Wushuang, and we're here to seek refuge with you." The 3 people arrested were Li Wushuang, Nailin Yen, and Chu Yuan Shan. After the 3 of them left the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground and arranged for the disciples of the Heaven Demon sect and the other sects, they were all very excited. They were still worried that the Heaven Demon sect's sect master would suddenly come and kill them again. Thus, they also walked all the way to the demon territory. They wanted to rely on their godly king's strength to be a commander in the territory of a demon emperor. In the main hall, Qingqiu heard Li Wushuang's words and slowly stood up. "How interesting. In so many years, you're the first to take the initiative to join us humans. Do you think I'll believe it?" As she spoke, The pressure of a godly emperor emanated from Qing Qiu's body. Bang! The pressure descended on Li Wushuang, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Sir, we are sincere. If you don't believe us, we can tell you a lot of information about the Lord of the Divine Court. Upon hearing the word Lord of the Divine Court, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court stood up from his seat. With a wave of his hand, Qing Qiu's pressure on Li Wushuang disappeared. At this moment, Shen Ting Master's clone flashed and appeared before Li Wushuang. Tell me, what information do you know about the Lord of the Divine Court? When she saw the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court, she felt that the aura on his body was somewhat familiar. However, there was no time for him to think too much. He immediately told him everything he had seen and heard in the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. So the Demon Empress is already by his side. It seems that he has absorbed at least one clone. After hearing Li Wushuang's words, the clone muttered. Then he looked at the other two people and felt their auras. You've been to the Tianyuan continent. Li Wushuang was stunned at the mention of the Tianyuan continent. Wasn't this a lower realm that he had previously gone to with Nalin Yen and the others? Then he immediately nodded at the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. The Blood Dragon and the Yellow Ape looked at each other when they saw Li Wushuang nod. Then, Blood Dragon said to Li Wushuang, "If you want to join us, you can't. Now, I'll give you a mission. If you complete it, we'll accept you." Hearing Blood Dragon's words, Li Wushuang immediately nodded. As long as these demons were willing to accept them, their safety would be guaranteed. At this moment, Blood Dragon waved his hand to the side. "Blue Luan, I'll leave the unfinished parts of Black Tiger to you. This human will lead the way for you. As long as you complete it, our previous agreement can be fulfilled." A woman appeared in the hall after Shui Long finished speaking. This time, after the woman appeared, she also said to the Blood Dragon, "Master, I can accept Black Tiger's mission, but can I be alone? In my opinion, this human is it's too inauspicious." When Li Wushuang had told the clone about her, the Blue Phoenix had gained some understanding of her. To sum it up, one calamity star. His strength wasn't much, but whoever he sided with would be unlucky. Therefore, even if his clan was controlled by the Blood Dragon and had no choice but to work for him. However, the Blue Luan didn't want to attract a calamity for its clan. Their clan had always been very resistant to calamities. The Yellow Ape burst into laughter after the Blue Luan finished speaking. "Blood Dragon, I suddenly understand why Black Tiger failed. You, a God Emperor realm subordinate, was actually frightened by a God King brat. Ha!" Upon hearing the Yellow Ape's words, Blood Dragon's expression darkened. "As a general of my Blood Dragon clan, how can you say such illusory things? With his strength as a God King, how can he bring you trouble? Just do as I say." When the Blue Luan heard the Blood Dragon's words, it was about to say something when the Blood Dragon's voice entered its ears. "If you disobey me again, I guarantee that your clan will never see the light of day again." The Blue Luan sighed when it heard Blood Dragon's voice transmission. "This subordinate accepts your orders." Seeing the Blue Luan's expression, the Blood Dragon nodded in satisfaction. "Your name is Li Wushuang, right? As for what you need to do, you will listen to the Blue Luan's arrangements. As long as you complete this mission, the Blood Dragon Hall will accept you." As soon as the Blood Dragon finished speaking, the Blue Luan left the hall with Li Wushuang and the others. After they left, the clone of the court master said to Blood Dragon, "Even Black Tiger failed. Do you think Blue Luan can do it?" "Blood Dragon, you don't look like you're working with me on a friendly basis." When Blood Dragon heard the words of the Lord of the Divine Court, he smiled faintly and said, "But what's the difference in who we send? It's not convenient for us to act now. As long as the three of us get the Demon Emperor relic, the four of us can attack your main body together." Huang Yuan and Qing Qiu didn't say anything after hearing Blood Dragon's words. They were well aware of the relationship between them and the Cyan Phoenix clan. Li Wushuang's appearance was just an excuse for them to target the Cyan Phoenix clan. After the Blue Luan left the hall with Li Wushuang and the other two, It warned Li Wushuang. Stay away from me or else. Before the Blue Luan could finish her words, she saw Li Wushuang and Neilin Yen retreat. Li Wushuang also knew that this monster beast commander wasn't very interested in her. This was also in line with his thoughts. When the time came, she would just follow him and fish in troubled waters. The Blue Luan looked at Li Wushuang and the others and sighed again. Then, his body turned into a stream of light and flew out. Li Wushuang and the others quickly followed. In the sky of the divine realm, Black Tortoise sat on the fat Rongrong's head, slowly saying to him, "Fatty, I feel the sigh of the beauty again. The beauty is waiting for our help. Let's go." After the fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words, she also responded, "Okay, boss, where are we going?" "This way." "All right." Under Black Tortoise's command, the fat Rongrong turned into a stream of light and flew towards the divine realm. Chapter 346, Chapter 346:1 Think this woman might be sick, 1. Chapter 346:1 Think this woman might be sick, 1. In the sky above the divine realm, the Blue Luan's figure flashed through the air, and behind him were Li Wushuang, Neilin Yen, and Chu Yuanshan. The Blue Luan looked at the three people behind her, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. The Cyan Phoenix clan was once an overlord of the demonic beast world, an existence on par with the Blood Dragon, Qin Qiu, and Huang Yuan. However, due to the death of the godly emperor in the clan and the arrival of their enemies, the Green Phoenix had no choice but to rely on the Blood Dragon Hall. At that time, they had also agreed that the Blood Dragon Hall would protect them and they would work for the Blood Dragon Hall. However, after entering the Blood Dragon Hall, they slowly realized that the Blood Dragon was actually interested in the resources of their tribe. This time, he had called him out to carry out a mission just to target him. As long as he fell, the Blood Dragon and the others could erode the footsteps of his race. This time, he even arranged a jinx for him. Didn't he want him to die faster? While the Blue Luan was thinking, Li Wushuang flew over from behind. "Milord, this is the way to the Tianyuan continent." Li Wushuang pointed in the direction of the crack in the barrier between the divine realm and the Tianyuan continent. "Got it." After hearing Li Wushuang's words, the Blue Luan also waved its sleeves and flew over. Seeing the Blue Luan fly away, Li Wushuang also brought Neilin Yen and the others to follow. "Brother Wushuang, don't you think that little bird is a bit too much?" Neilin Yen said to Li Wushuang as she looked at the Blue Luan that was gradually moving further and further away. "Bao, don't worry. Our grievances are only temporary. As long as I complete this mission, we will have a firm foothold in the monster race. When the time comes, we'll slowly settle the score with her." Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Neilin Yen slowly smiled at him. "I knew that Brother Wushuang had his own ideas." Then they quickly followed the Blue Luan. However, just as they arrived beside the Blue Luan, they saw it stop. "Prepare to face the enemy." The Blue Luan looked ahead. Just now, she felt a dangerous aura coming from ahead. Li Wushuang and the others also prepared for battle after hearing the Blue Luan's words. Then, they saw a panda and a turtle flying towards them. "Beauty is in trouble, don't be afraid. This Sea King is here to save you." As soon as Black Tortoise's voice fell, his figure appeared above Blue Luan and the others. Blue Luan looked at the fat Rongrong in front of her, her expression solemn. How could she not see that the one standing in front of her was an iron-eating beast? At this moment, Li Wushuang and the others stepped out from behind the Blue Luan. Seeing Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise, Li Wushuang also slowly said to them, "It's just a turtle and a panda. Don't worry, Lord Blue Luan, leave them to me." As she spoke, Li Wushuang stepped forward and raised her middle finger at the Black Tortoise. In Li Wushuang's eyes, the Blue Luan had stopped just now to test her. The Blue Phoenix did not have a good impression of them to begin with. As long as he helped the Blue Phoenix commander defeat them, they might get along well in the future. At this moment, the Blue Luan looked at Li Wushuang and almost spat out the word idiot. She finally understood why Li Wushuang would kill someone. Wasn't this behavior courting death? The Iron Eater on the other side didn't even say if it was friend or foe, and he went to provoke it first. And at this time, the fat Rongrong also said to Black Tortoise on her head, "Boss, what if there's an idiot here? Beat him up. I still have to comfort the beauty. These cats and dogs shouldn't waste their time." Understood, boss. Next, the fat Rongrong looked at Li Wushuang and the others, her true chi gathering. A huge shadow of an Iron Eater appeared in the air. Roar! A loud roar sounded in the air. Li Wushuang, Nailan Yen, and the other two felt a huge force coming from their bodies, and their bodies were sent flying in the air. After Nailan Yen and the others flew out, the Blue Luan looked at the Iron Eater in front of it and felt some fear in its heart. "Lord Iron Eater, may I know why you are looking for me? Something?" The fat Rongrong looked at the Blue Luan in front of her and couldn't help saying to the Black Tortoise on her head, "Boss, this woman looks like she's quite frightened." "Of course, otherwise why would you need this Sea King to save you? Let me do it." "All right." Next, Black Tortoise stood on the fat Rongrong's head, looking at the Blue Luan in front of him. A virtual image of the Black Tortoise appeared in midair. In the eyes of the Blue Luan, it saw a black tortoise that stood shoulder to shoulder with the sky in front of it, and endless seawater poured in from its body. Shin. Black Tortoise. When the Blue Luan saw the Black Tortoise phantom in front of it, its body could not help but tremble, and its body could not help but retreat. "Beauty, if you have any troubles recently, you can tell this Sea King. This Sea King will help you settle them." The Black Tortoise stood in the air and made a handsome posture. In front of him, the Blue Luan had already sat on the ground. Sure enough, the power of the Jinx was well deserved. It had attracted the legendary divine beast, the Black Tortoise, for him all of a sudden. "It seems that I'm going to die here today. Elders of the clan, I'm afraid the Blue Luan will have to let you down." The Black Tortoise maintained its posture in midair and saw that the Blue Luan in front of it did not respond for a long time. He couldn't help but say to the fat Rongrong below him, "Fatty, did I do something wrong?" "No, boss is the best. I think this woman might be sick, so there's no reaction." Hearing the fat Rongrong's words, Black Tortoise withdrew his posture. As he moved his limbs, the surrounding space trembled. In front of him, the Blue Luan did not even dare to breathe loudly. "If I get sick, this is not my fault. I have to find my master. This Sea King will be a good person to the end. After I'm cured, I might marry you." Thinking of this, the Black Tortoise also smiled and waved at the Blue Luan. A huge green palm came towards him. When the palm descended, a trace of despair flashed across the green Luan's eyes. It was over. He was completely hopeless. As the Black Tortoise's palm landed, the Blue Luan was brought to the lower realm by the Black Tortoise with a whoosh. At the same time, outside the Demon Palace, Li Wushuang and the other two came back in a sorry state. When they arrived at the gate, a few demonic beast guards went in to report, "Master, those 3 humans have returned." Upon hearing the report, Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, and the others looked at each other. How long had it been? They had already returned. Could it be that the mission had been successful? Let them in. As soon as Blood Dragon finished speaking, Li Wushuang and the others appeared in the hall. Chapter 347. Chapter 347. How about stewing bird soup tonight? 1:0/ Chapter 347. How about stewing bird soup tonight? 1:0/ Divine Realm, in a large hall. Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, Qingqiu, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court sat in the hall. "What happened? Why are you the only ones back? Where's the Blue Luan?" Blood Dragon looked at the 3 people's sorry state and spoke in a neutral tone. "Lord Blood Dragon, Lord Blue Luan, she was eaten by the Iron Eater beast." Li Wushuang knelt on the ground, her face covered in dust as she spoke in fear. Thinking back to how she had provoked the Iron Eater, her heart trembled. Fortunately, he was lucky enough not to be killed by the Iron Eater. Li Wushuang, you should at least come up with a good reason. Iron Eaters, I've been in the divine realm for so many years and I've never heard of them. Before Blood Dragon could speak, Huang Yuan stood up from his seat and waved his sleeves. It's true. The Iron Eater was my mount in the lower realm. Chu Yuanshan saw that the yellow ape was angry and quickly came out to explain. Haha, the Iron Eater is your mount. Even if you, a god king, have an Iron Eater as your mount, can the Iron Eater swallow the blue one? Qingqiu said with a smile. With a flash, she appeared in front of Nailan Yan. Raising Nailan Yan's chin, he said slowly, "What a beautiful face. It would be a pity if it was ruined. Tell me the truth, what happened?" Who would believe that a god king's Iron Eater could defeat a god emperor's blue one? Nailan Yan looked at Qingqiu in front of her, her eyes filled with fear. Lord Qingqiu, what we said is true. We didn't lie to you. When Qingqiu heard Nailan Yan's words, she snorted coldly. A hand filled with true essence pressed down on Nailan Yan's head. It's just a panda and an ugly turtle. They still have some ability. Qingqiu muttered to herself as she slowly released Nailan Yan's hand and took a few steps back. How is it? Blood Dragon and Huang Yuan walked over and asked. It's nothing. The Blue Luan and the others have indeed encountered enemies. It's just an emperor-level panda and turtle, not an iron-eating beast. Qingqiu waved at the Blood Dragon and Huang Yuan and said slowly. The Blood Dragon, the yellow ape, and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court nodded after receiving the message from the Blue Luan. With Li Wushuang and the others' strength as god kings, it was understandable that they would think of them as Iron Eaters when they encountered a god emperor. It looked like Qinghuan was in danger. I understand. You go down first. You'll lead the way to the Tianyuan continent in a few days. After some discussion, Blood Dragon looked at Li Wushuang and the other two and said slowly. Then, a few demonic beast guards led Li Wushuang and the others down. The sky above the Tianyuan continent. Fatty, Master is right there. Let's hurry back. It won't be good if we get caught. Black Tortoise sat on the fat Rongrong's head, pointing to the Yellow Python clan's courtyard below, slowly saying, All right. Fatty Rongrong followed Black Tortoise's direction and arrived in front of the courtyard with a swoosh. In the courtyard, Xiao Chang Tian, Di Tian and the others had just finished eating He Hu and the others. They were currently resting in the courtyard. Let me tell you, tea tastes better this way. A group of people gathered around a stone table. Xiao Chengdan sat in the center of the stone table, holding a kettle in his hand and slowly said to everyone. Xiao Changtian was well prepared for this trip. As for Di Tian and Mo Ba, they stared at Xiao Changtan as they nodded their heads repeatedly. Senior's words and actions contained the laws of the Great Tao. To be able to have the honor of listening to his sermon was a blessing that had been cultivated for many lifetimes. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw them listening attentively. He picked up a cup of tea that had already been brewed and handed it to Mo Ba at the side. Try it and see if it tastes like what I said. They were just chatting after dinner, but Xiao Changtian felt like they were listening to a lecture. Mo Ba saw Xiao Changtian handing him the tea and was a little terrified as he slowly took the tea. Thank you, Senior. You're just too reserved. Senior said with a smile when he saw Mo Ba's appearance. Mo Ba finished his tea in one gulp, and the aura on his body had also reached the level of a peak stage god monarch. Feeling the changes in his body, Mo Ba looked at Xiao Changtian with eyes filled with gratitude. At this time, Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong also arrived at the courtyard's entrance. The monkey and ant are there too. Let's sneak in, Fatty. Black Tortoise's gaze swept across the courtyard as he instructed Fatty. Got it, boss. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat man slowly pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in with light footsteps. At this moment, Xiao Changtian turned around. Old dirty ghost, why did you bring Rongrong here? Xiao Changtian looked at the Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong, and also stood up, shouting at them. Oh no, boss, we seem to have been discovered. The fat Rongrong saw Xiao Changtian standing up from the chair and slowly said to Black Tortoise. At this time, Black Tortoise had already retracted its limbs into its turtle shell and did not speak. Next, Xiao Changtian walked to the fat Rongrong's side. Tell me, how long have you been out? Where have you been? Xiao Changtian grabbed the Black Tortoise on the fat Rongrong's head and whipped its shell a few times. Mo Ba and the others looked at the turtle in Xiao Changtian's hands. That was Black Tortoise? Senior, are you whipping the Black Tortoise? Mo Ba looked at the Black Tortoise that didn't dare to resist Xiao Changtian's hand and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, not daring to speak. And the fat Rongrong also hurriedly curled up into a ball of fur, running to the side. When he left, he placed the blue luan on the ground. Xiao Changtian also placed the Black Tortoise on the ground after a few slaps. Since you're here, be obedient and stay aside. The Black Tortoise heard Xiao Changtian's words and also felt relieved, hurriedly crawling over to the fat Rongrong. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also saw the blue luan on the ground. Why was there a little bird here? Xiao Changtian grabbed the blue phoenix from the ground and looked at it. The bird didn't seem to have any injuries. It didn't look like it had just been hunted. Did it fall from the sky? Forget it, he could make some bird soup. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changqing held the blue luan in his hand and said to Mo Ba and the others, "Why don't we make bird soup tonight?" When Mo Ba saw the blue luan in Xiao Changqian's hand, his expression was shocked. The aura on this blue luan's body was not much weaker than the black tiger from before. Did this senior usually eat like this? The unconscious blue luan in Xiao Changqian's hand flapped its wings after hearing Xiao Changqian's words. Where was this place? Wasn't he captured by the Black Tortoise? How did it end up in the hands of a human? It looked like he was going to stew her soup and drink it. Why was his life so bitter? Chapter 348 Chapter 348 Eat After Fattening Up? 1. Chapter 348 Eat After Fattening Up? 1. In the courtyard of the Yellow Python clan, Mo Ba looked at the blue luan in Xiao Changqian's hand that was flapping its wings. He scratched his head and said to Xiao Chang, "Senior, I see that everyone ate quite well today, so there's no need. Although the flesh and blood of the black tiger and the blue phoenix could bring great help to their cultivation. However, their physiques were there. They might not be able to withstand so much energy for a while." After Xiao Changtian heard Mo Ba's words, he looked at the blue luan in his hand that was constantly flapping its wings. All right then. The people in this courtyard could not eat too much at once. They had to slowly adapt. And looking at the little bird in his hand, it seemed to be quite energetic. It was just meat. It didn't look like there was much. It was not bad to eat it after raising it for a while. When the blue luan heard that Xiao Changtian had promised not to eat her, it heaved a sigh of relief. Then he felt like he was placed in a cage. Xiao Changtian lifted the cage in his hand and slowly placed it on the table in the courtyard. Then I'll leave it here first. Xiao Changtian looked at the cage in front of him and felt helpless. This time, he only brought finished products with him. He didn't bring any raw materials. There was no steel here, so Xiao Changtian could only use wood to make one. Seeing the blue luan locked in the cage by Xiao Changtian, the fat Rongrong couldn't help saying to the black tortoise on her head, "Boss, the beauty seems to have been locked up by Master. Is this also a treatment?" Of course. Master's strength is heaven-defying. Don't look at how that little bird is locked in a cage. But look at that cage carefully. It's different from the cages Master made before. The fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words and also looked towards the cage on the table. What's the difference? Fatty Rongrong hadn't even finished speaking when she felt that the Ling power inside the cage was several times denser than outside. If he cultivated in the cage, his speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Now you know. Black Tortoise looked at the somewhat shocked fat Rongrong, his mouth slowly saying. At this moment, Qing Wan, who was in the cage, was completely awake. Was this a small space? The blue luan looked at its surroundings and realized that it was locked in a space. Around it was a barrier formed by wood filled with Dao runes. Outside was the courtyard that he had just seen. No, he had to get out quickly. Otherwise, he might be eaten at any time. With this thought in mind, the blue Luan quickly gathered the true essence in its body. A wind blade formed in front of him and blasted towards the barrier in front of him. Bang! When the wind blades hit the barrier, it was as if they were absorbed. It did not stir up any waves at all. Oh no, what did Li Wushuang do? The misfortune was so powerful that it directly brought such an existence to him. The blue Luan looked at the space she was in, her eyes filled with despair. Then, the blue Luan felt the true essence in its body suddenly become rich. What was going on? The blue Luan sensed the changes in its surroundings and suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in this space was several times denser than the outside world. Moreover, he even consciously injected it into himself. It was over. If he did not refine it quickly, his body would explode and die. The blue Luan hurriedly circulated its cultivation technique and digested the true essence in its body. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also walked over. She was holding a small plate with some millet in it. Success. Only then can the bird grow fat. Xiao Changtian put the small plate into the cage and left, satisfied. The blue Luan had just finished refining the excessive spiritual energy in its body when it saw the food in front of it. She also walked over and gave him a peck. What was this? The moment the rice entered its stomach, the blue Luan felt that the true essence in its body had become much more concentrated. Was this person giving him this rice to help him cultivate? The blue Luan felt the changes in her body and was delighted. Then he seemed to have thought of something. Did that person think that his cultivation was not enough? Was he planning to fatten himself up before eating? With this thought in mind, the blue Luan also looked in the direction of Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian was looking at him with a smile. Seeing this smile, the blue Luan's heart quivered. It felt more and more that there was nothing wrong with its previous idea. I'll help you put away the little bird first. After that, you can do whatever you want. 3. We have stayed here for a while. We still have things to do, so we will leave first. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian brought Su Daji and the others and said to Mo Ba slowly. When Mo Ba heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also helped Xiao Changtian to bring the carriage. Following that, Xiao Changtian brought Black Tortoise, Monkey, and the rest into the carriage. And at this time, Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong also passed by Mo Ba's side. Little snake, I'll leave that beauty to you for now. When she recovers, I'll come back and take her away. When Mo Ba heard Black Tortoise's words, his body shook as he hurriedly nodded at Black Tortoise. Since Senior Black Tortoise had spoken, it seemed that he would have to take care of that little bird in the future. Mo Ba didn't dare to think like Xiao Changtian, so he stewed her into soup. The crack between the divine world and the Tian Yuan continent. Qingqiu, Shui Long, Huang Yuan, and the clone of the master of the divine court stood side by side. Next to them, unrivaled beauty pointed to the barrier between the two realms and said, "Milords, this is the spatial rift to the Tian Yuan continent. Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, Qingqiu, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine." Court looked at each other and said to Li Wushuang, "Let's go. Take us to the Beast Emperor mountain range." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wushuang took the lead. Blood Dragon and the others slowly appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan continent after passing through the spatial tear. "Milords, follow me," Li Wushuang said to Blood Dragon and the others in a flattering manner when they arrived on the Tianyuan continent again. "Let's go. Demon Emperor Relic, here I come." Blood Dragon and the others followed after Li Wushuang. At this moment, in front of a cave in the Beast Emperor mountain range, a few demonic beast guards were walking side by side. "You said that the Black Tiger commander has disappeared and the Blue Luan commander has not been seen. Why did Lord Qingqiu keep us here?" "I don't know either. I only heard that a treasure appeared. Otherwise, Qingqiu and the others wouldn't have spent so much effort to send us here. Why do I feel that after the Black Tiger commander disappeared, Lord Qing Qiu and the others seem to have abandoned us. Don't talk nonsense. While the few demonic beast guards were whispering to each other, a pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from the cave. Bang! The pillar of light shot into the sky and formed a barrier around the cave, isolating it from all detection. What's going on? Quickly go back and inform Lord Qing Qiu. A demonic beast guard looked at the area within the barrier and saw that all the plants had changed their forms. He said in a panic. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, Fighting Between Various Sides, 1. Chapter 349, Fighting Between Various Sides, 1. Above the Tianyuan continent, a jade pendant on Qing Qiu's body emitted a burst of light, following which Qing Qiu's body shook. It seems that the Demon Emperor relic is about to appear. Let's hurry over. As soon as Qing Qiu's voice fell, Shui Long and the others flew towards the Beast Emperor mountain range. He completely ignored Li Wushuang and the other two. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court smiled when he saw them. What a bunch of impatient fellows. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also flew toward the Beast Emperor mountain range. At this moment, in the Beast Emperor mountain range, Xiao Changtian heard a noise coming from the sky and got off the carriage. Di Tian stared at the sky as his eyes flickered. He did not expect that the Demon Emperor's relic would appear in a lower realm. No wonder Senior wanted to bring him here. As for the Ice Emperor and Devil Emperor who were beside Di Tian, they were also staring at the air, sensing the aura in the air. In this breath, they also feel a trace of danger. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also walked over. He spoke to Di Tian and the others. Let's go in on foot. We'll leave the carriage here. That sound just now seemed to be the sound of some ferocious beast. This carriage was so big that it would definitely attract many ferocious beasts, which would be another problem. Monkey, go ahead and look at the road. Then, Xiao Changtian slowly said to the monkey at his feet. This monkey was usually the most agile in the courtyard, so he let him scout ahead. If he encountered a ferocious beast or something, he could also be prepared in advance. After the monkey heard Xiao Changtian's words, it squeaked and walked forward. Seeing Monkey walk forward alone, Black Tortoise, who was sitting on Fatty's head, felt a wave of envy. Master actually let Monkey play alone in front. Di Tian also hurriedly followed behind Xiao Changtian when he saw that Xiao Changtian had the monkey scout ahead. It seemed that Senior still had to make a move. At this moment, Qingqiu, Shui Long and the rest appeared in the sky above the Beast Emperor mountain range. With a leap, he appeared in front of the cave. When the demonic beast guards saw Qingqiu and the others, they immediately went up to them. Lord Qingqiu, Lord Blood Dragon, Lord Yellow Ape, tell me the situation here in detail. Qingqiu waved at them, signaling them to get up. After hearing the demonic beast guard's explanation, the Qingqiu Blood Dragon and the others looked at each other. The true essence in his body gathered, and his figure stood in the air. Di Tian, let's act according to our agreement. A long delay will lead to many dreams. It won't be long before the divine realm will notice the situation here. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court also nodded after hearing Qingqiu's words. For a moment, a strong wind blew above the Beast Emperor mountain range. The four of them used their abilities and blasted the barrier. Under the attacks of the four of them, a gap appeared in the barrier. Get in. Go. Blood Dragon shouted loudly. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the cave. When they entered the cave, they were greeted by a desolate aura. Where are the relics? Although the cave was filled with all kinds of treasures, Blood Dragon and the others did not stop at all. His body kept sweeping through the cave, searching for the Demon Emperor relic. After all, although the three of them were working together, it would be hard to say if they got the Demon Emperor relic. Now, of course, whoever got it first would have the upper hand. While Blood Dragon was searching, Qingqiu and the others didn't fall behind either. They were searching in the cave. Outside the cave, the clone of the master of the divine court looked at the cave in front of him and did not enter. The demon emperor's relic was of great use to the demons. It was not very meaningful to the humans. His mission was to guard this place and not let anyone else enter. At this moment, the clone of the master of the divine court was also stunned. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. In the mountain forest, Monkey's body kept flashing past as he looked in the direction of the cave. Looks like it won't be so boring this time. In the cave, Shui Long, Qing Qiu, and Huang Yuan stood together. Did you find it? Blood Dragon spoke first. Qing Qiu and Huang Yuan shook their heads. Then, the cave shook and a beam of light broke through the air. Not good, the Demon Emperor relic is running away. Blood Dragon looked at the light in the cave and shouted. The Demon Emperor relic flew out of the cave and fled into the distance. It's rumored that the Demon Emperor's relic not only appears in an uncertain location, but it also automatically takes refuge after it appears. If we let it grow, it will be a big threat to us. Qing Qiu looked in the direction where the Demon Emperor relic had left. With a flash, she chased after it. Bang! In the space where the Demon Emperor relic flew away, a huge palm suddenly appeared. He was about to grab it from the other side of the river. Brother Yellow Ape, it's safer to leave this relic with me. Along with the Blood Dragon's laughter, a blood-red light streaked across the air. It shattered the Yellow Ape's hand that was about to grab the Demon Emperor Sarar. Blood Dragon. The Yellow Ape glared at the Blood Dragon angrily when it saw its palm being shattered by the Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon ignored him and flew toward the Demon Emperor relic. What are you two men fighting for? Leave it with me. Qing Qiu smiled at the Blood Dragon and the Yellow Ape. With a flash, she took out a jade pouch from her bosom. This is the Qian Luo sack. Seeing the jade pouch in Qing Qiu's hand, the Blood Dragon and the Yellow Ape were both shocked. Then, under their shocked gazes, Qing Qiu threw the jade bag in his hand into the air. The jade pouch released a suction force in midair, and the Demon Emperor relic was about to fly into the pouch. Damn it. The Blood Dragon and the Yellow Ape looked at the jade bag in the air. They wanted to go over and fight for it, but they were helpless. The Qian Luo sack was the divine artifact of the Qingqiu clan. If they went over to fight for it, they might even be sucked into it. Just as the Demon Emperor relic was about to enter the bag, a golden palm appeared in midair. He grabbed the Demon Emperor relic in his hand. Master wants this. As the voice faded, Qing Qiu and the others saw a divine monkey emitting golden light appear in front of them. While Qing Qiu and the others were fighting for the Demon Emperor relic, Di Tian, who was beside Xiao Changtian, also spoke to Xiao Changtian. Senior, I have something to do. I'll leave for a while. When Xiao Changtian heard Di Tian's words, he also waved his hands, indicating for him to go. Di Tian probably wanted to pee. Right now, the monkey hadn't returned, and roars could be heard from time to time. It was better to wait here for a while and see Monkey's reaction when he returned. After obtaining Xiao Changtian's agreement, Di Tian cast a glance at the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor. Then, the three of them flew in the direction of the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court. Chapter 350. Chapter 350. Senior has already anticipated our situation. Chapter 350. Senior has already anticipated our situation. 1. Beast Emperor Mountain Range. Qing Qiu, the Blood Dragon, and the Yellow Ape looked at the divine monkey in front of them with solemn expressions. The divine monkey's entire body emitted a golden light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from its body. How could such a legendary divine beast exist in the lower realm? Everyone, let's talk about it after we hand the Demon Emperor relic over to someone else. Let's deal with this divine monkey first. Qing Qiu looked at the divine monkey in front of her and said slowly. The Yellow Ape and the Blood Dragon beside him nodded slowly when they heard that. Following that, the three of them gathered the true essence on their bodies, and violent spirit skills appeared in the air one after another. Green Moon Wheel. Blood God Spear. Earth Fist. In the air, a huge half-moon-shaped curved blade formed in front of Qingqiu. The space around the crescent blade showed signs of being torn apart. Behind the blood dragon, a huge blood-red spear slowly condensed. When the spear appeared, the tip of the spear gave off an invincible aura. The yellow ape extended its hand towards the divine monkey, and a huge pale yellow palm formed under the divine monkey's feet. In an instant, 3 attacks were launched at the divine monkey. The huge pale yellow palm slowly clenched, followed by the half-moon wheel and the blood-red spear. "You're courting death." Monkey looked at the 3 of them in disdain. With a move, he shook away the palms around him. Then, the huge palm clenched forward. He held the half-moon wheel and the blood-red spear in his hands. Bang! Monkey exerted force with both hands, and the blood-colored spear and half-moon wheel in his hands exploded. "Not good, retreat quickly." Qingqiu saw her attack being shattered by the divine monkey. A trace of fear flashed in her heart as she spoke to the others. Before Qingqiu could finish her sentence, the blood dragon and the yellow ape had already turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. "Since you dare to attack, then stay here forever." The monkey looked at the 3 people fleeing into the distance with disdain in its eyes. He clenched his fist in the direction where the 3 of them had left. "Quick, return to the divine realm." Blood Dragon shouted. The 3 of them had already arrived at the barrier between the 2 worlds. When they were about to pass through the crack, the 3 of them felt a huge force descend on their bodies. "Abandon your physical body." Yellow Ape shouted, and the 3 of them turned into a bloody mist and exploded in the air. Monkey looked in the direction of the rift between the 2 worlds and smiled. Following that, his figure transformed into a stream of light and flew over. Said the cave. Tian brought along the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor as they slowly appeared before the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. "You guys are finally here." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the 3 people who appeared in front of him and did not seem very surprised. "You've already gone against your original intentions, clone." Tian stared at his clone as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor also took their positions. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. "Going against your original intentions, huh? You should have thought of this day when you released me. As a clone, as long as I devour the main body, I can also control the divine court." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the Ice Emperor, Demon Emperor, and the others who had surrounded him with a smile on his face. Then, a bloody mist rose from the body of the clone. The blood mist rippled around Xinting's clone, turning into the shadows of ferocious beasts. Roar! When the ferocious beast appeared, Tian and the other 2 took a step back. "I didn't expect you to actually cultivate such a forbidden technique. No wonder you could reach the godly emperor realm." "Ah, forbidden technique. So what if it's a forbidden technique? It's enough as long as it can devour you." The clone of the Lord of the Divine Court shouted. This was a blood demon technique that was cultivated using the blood of various demon beasts in the blood dragon's basement. The caster needed to absorb a large amount of demon beast bloodline into his body in advance. When it was used, the demonic beast power left in the bloodline would turn into combat power, allowing the caster's cultivation to increase sharply in a short period of time. However, there was also a drawback to this technique. When the caster could not suppress the power in the bloodline, they would become delirious and eventually go berserk. "Clone, are you crazy?" Tian stared at the blood shadows of the demonic beasts appearing before him as a layer of protective chi condensed around his body. Judging from the aura of these demon beasts formed by the blood mist, they were also at the cultivation level of a god emperor or god emperor when they were alive. Moreover, the aura on his body was extremely violent, and it was very easy for the clone to go berserk. "There's no point in talking. As long as I devour you, I can suppress them." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court knew his situation and did not say much. With a wave of his hand, the blood mist demonic beasts gave off violent auras as they rushed towards Tion and the others. These bloodlines in the blood dragon's basement were all demonic beasts that the blood dragon had enslaved for many years. There were his enemies, commanders who had made mistakes, and so on. However, most of them carried a sense of resentment, because their desire to fight was also very strong. Mystic Ice Mirror. Seeing the blood mist demonic beasts rushing over, the Ice Emperor hurriedly created an ice shield in front of her to block their attack. Bang! The ice shield only lasted for a while before it was shattered by the blood mist demon beast. Upon seeing the blood mist demonic beasts rushing towards her, the Ice Emperor's silhouette flashed as she appeared beside Tion. Master, what should we do now? The Ice Emperor looked at the demonic beast in front of her with a serious expression. These demon beasts might not be as strong as him individually, but there were many of them. It seemed that the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had absorbed a lot of this blood. If this dragged on, it would not be good news for them. At this moment, the Demon Empress also came to Tion's side. Her expression was similarly solemn. Tion looked at the clone of the head of the Court of Gods in front of him and smiled faintly. Don't worry, Senior has already predicted our situation and has already made preparations. As he spoke, Tion also took out a long sword from his bosom. It was the one that Xiao Changtian had given him on the carriage. When the sword appeared, the blood mist monsters seemed to sense something and slowed down. When the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor saw Tion taking out his sword, they also swiftly took out the long spear and saber that Xiao Changtian gave them earlier. When they appeared, a powerful aura appeared on their bodies. What's going on? These demonic beasts don't have any consciousness at all. Why did they stop? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the blood mist demon beast in front of him that had slowed down its attack, and his face was filled with shock. Clone, don't try to struggle anymore. Tion raised his sword and slashed it towards the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. The long sword lightly slashed across the sky, but the eyes of the avatar of the Lord of the Holy Court were filled with fear. The power of the Great Tao. How can your sword contain the power of the Great Tao? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court exclaimed in shock, and the sword light of the long sword pierced through his body. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court froze and fell to the ground, never to get up again. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor also used their weapons to eliminate all the blood mist demon beasts around them. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Lord God Monkey, 1. Chapter 351, Lord God Monkey, 1. Divine World, in the Demon Race's main hall. Qingqiu, Shui Long, and Huang Yuan came to the main hall and clutched their chests. Quick, activate the mountain's protective barrier. Blood Dragon shouted at the guards in the hall. Then he went to his seat and sat cross-legged. He was only a spirit body now. If he did not quickly recover his physical body, he would face the risk of his realm falling. Just like Blood Dragon, Qingqiu and Huang Yuan quickly sat down on their seats to stabilize their injuries. Not long after they sat in their seats, a huge roar came from outside. You think that by hiding here, you won't be able to find us? Hearing this voice, the expressions of Shui Long, Qingqiu, and Huang Yuan changed. The divine monkey had chased them here. Monkey's huge figure stood outside the demon race's main hall. He looked at the array in front of him with a disdainful expression. He placed his hand on his ear and a huge rod appeared in Monkey's hand. He struck the barrier with his staff. Cracks appeared on the barrier outside the demon hall. Bang! The cracks spread rapidly, and the entire barrier shattered. The array shattered and the monkey stepped into the demon territory. Screams sounded in the demon territory. Quickly report this to Lord Qingqiu and the others. A loud voice rang out from the crowd. Following that, many guards rushed into the hall. Monkey, don't go too far. Blood Dragon's furious voice slowly sounded from the hall. Even if you are a divine beast, the three of us are not to be trifled with. In the main hall, the spirits of Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, and Qingqiu slowly appeared. "My lord has come out, my lord has come out." When the demonic beast guards below saw Blood Dragon and the others, their faces were filled with excitement as if they had seen their saviors. What a bunch of stupid guys. They still have to help others count money after being sold. Monkey looked at the demonic beast guards below and could not help but mutter. As Monkey's voice fell, Blood Dragon and the other two each used a stream of true essence to inject into the square outside the hall. Then, a huge array appeared in front of the hall. With the appearance of this array, all the demon beasts felt the blood essence in their bodies quickly disappear. What happened? The joy from before did not last for a few seconds, but the demonic beast guard's face was once again filled with fear. "It is your honor to sacrifice yourself for us." In the air, Blood Dragon looked at the demonic beast guards below and said slowly. According to their original plan, after obtaining the Demon Emperor's relic, they would be able to obtain the Demon Emperor's relic. They wanted to use the blood solidification array that they had prepared for many years to break through to a higher level of cultivation. As for the blood solidification array, it was able to turn the people in the array into streams of blood chi and inject them into the people at the center of the array. According to Blood Dragon and the others' plan, with the 2 layers of insurance, the blood solidification array and the Demon Emperor relic, the probability of them advancing to the Godly Emperor realm was very high. They did not expect that there would be an unforeseen event at the Demon Emperor relic. With the monkey in hot pursuit, they could only activate the array ahead of time. Waves of miserable cries could be heard from the demonic beast guards below. With their blood and chi replenishing, the bodies of the Blood Dragon, Huang Yuan, and Qingqiu, which had been crushed by the monkey, reformed. His body even emitted an even stronger aura than before. "Monkey, you destroyed our opportunities. Today we will definitely take revenge." In midair, Blood Dragon felt his body refilled with power. He pointed at Monkey and said slowly. Qingqiu and Huang Yuan could also feel that their cultivation had improved. He was prepared to attack the monkey again. Monkey glanced at the 3 of them with disdain in his eyes. He placed the rod on his shoulder and hooked his finger at them. "You're courting death. Stop." The Blood Dragon shouted after being provoked by the monkey. Then his body changed, and a blood-red flood dragon appeared in the air. The Blood Dragon transformed into its true form and flew towards the monkey with a furious roar. Huang Yuan and Qingqiu did the same. A 9-tailed white fox and a huge gorilla charged at the monkey with their might. "Come together, it's better to suppress the enemy," Monkey said as he waved the stick in his hand and spun in the air. The rod hit Qingqiu, Huang Yuan, and Xuelong. How was this possible? Blood Dragon and the other two's eyes were filled with disbelief when they were hit by Monkey's rod. After their cultivation increased, they thought that they could at least fight back and forth with Monkey. He did not expect to be killed in one hit. With this thought in mind, the 3 of them turned into a stream of light and flew out in all directions. "Look at how fat you guys are. It's rare for Master to let me come out and bring you back to Master for a meal. Perhaps Master will bring me out next time." As he said that, Monkey's figure flashed and arrived beside Blood Dragon and the other 2. Looking at the half-dead Blood Dragon trio on the ground, Monkey smiled. Then, he grabbed the 3 of them in his hand and turned into a stream of light as he flew down to the lower realm. After the monkey left, the demonic beast guards seemed to have woken up from a dream. They looked in the direction that Monkey had left with gratitude on their faces. "Lord Divine Monkey came to save us just now, right? I didn't expect Bio Dragon and the others to be such people." A demonic beast guard steadied his body and said in shock. Yes. "Now that the Blood Dragon has been taken away by Lord Divine Monkey, we have to quickly clean up this place and wait for Lord Divine Monkey's orders." "Yes, Lord Divine Monkey saved us, so we can't disappoint him." After the demonic beast guard finished speaking, the other demonic beast guards followed suit. Very quickly, the group of demonic beast guards started to get busy. In the Beast Emperor mountain range, Xiao Changtian sat in the forest, looking up at the sky. Why hasn't this monkey returned for so long? Xiao Changtian said as he threw the straw in his hand forward. As Xiao Changtian's voice fell, Monkey's figure slowly appeared in front of him. Yo, you're back. Xiao Changtian looked at the monkey in front of him and rubbed his head. Walking to Xiao Changtian's side, the monkey squeaked at him and pointed ahead. Xiao Changtian saw the direction Monkey was pointing at and followed him. Pushing aside the grass in front of him, the corpses of Blood Dragon and the others appeared in Xiao Changtian's eyes. Why were there 3 wild beasts here? Xiao Changtian walked over and touched Blood Dragon and the others. He's already dead? Xiao Changtian said and then remembered the voice he heard earlier. Presumably, the wild beasts in the forest fought each other and died in the end. With this thought in his heart, Di Tian, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor also came to Xiao Changtian's side. Chapter 352 Chapter 352 What's so rare about having one? Chapter 352 What's so rare about having one? Oh. Beast Emperor mountain range. Di Tian, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor slowly walked to Xiao Changtian's side. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the corpses of Blood Dragon, Qingqiu, and Huang Yuan beside Xiao Changtian. Were these the demonic beasts that had come to the Beast Emperor mountain range to fight for the Demon Emperor Saraira? Sure enough, everything was under Senior's control. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also slowly spoke to Di Tian and the others. Is it resolved? He didn't know if it was because he was an immortal cultivator, but Xiao Changtian felt that Di Tian's toilet time was a little too long. Perhaps cultivators could also expand their bladder capacity during cultivation. Usually, it was fine if it was inconvenient, but once it was convenient, it would take a lot longer than others. After Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded his head. It seemed that the seniors also knew that he had dealt with his clone. After defeating the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court, Di Tian absorbed him on the spot. After absorbing this clone of his, Di Tian's cultivation base advanced by another step. The reconstruction of the Divine Court was getting closer and closer. Seeing Di Tian nod his head, Xiao Changtian also smiled. Di Tian, come over and lend a hand. Bring these wild beasts along, they can fill your hunger on the way. What was the most important thing in the forest? Of course, it was survival. Xiao Changtian knew that a mortal like him was not as powerful as those immortal cultivators. He could go without food for a few days. As a mortal in the forest, the first thing he had to do was to solve the problem of food and clothing. After Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also brought the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor over. He helped Xiao Changtian put away Blood Dragon and the others. These demonic beasts that shook the divine realm were only food to Senior. He really did not know what kind of all-powerful figure Senior was. The Ice Emperor sighed in her heart as she carried the Blood Dragon. At this moment, Monkey said to the ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder, "Ant, the place where Master wants to go is safe. Take us there." The chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder slowly opened its sleepy eyes after receiving the monkey's voice transmission. Then, the 2 antennae on its head flashed with a silver light. Silver light flashed, enveloping Xiao Changtian and Di Tian within. Then Xiao Changtian and the others appeared at the place where the Demon Emperor relic had appeared. Xiao Changtian took a few steps forward and saw a cave in front of him. He took out the treasure map from his interspatial ring. "This is the place." Xiao Changtian spoke. After that, he brought Di Tian and the others in. Although the interior of the cave had collapsed, there were still quite a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry on the ground. Xiao Changtian walked over and collected all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the cave into his own interspatial ring. As for Di Tian, when he saw Xiao Changtian's actions, he also had a puzzled look on his face as he spoke. "Senior, don't you need these?" After all, it was a cave abode left behind by a demon emperor. There were still many pills and cultivation techniques in the cave. However, Xiao Changtian seemed to have turned a deaf ear to them and only cared about the gold, silver, and jewelry. Xiao Changtian was collecting all the gold and silver in the cave when he saw a jade bottle in Di Tian's hands. After the systematic training, he knew that the quality of the jade bottle was not very good. However, thinking about how Di Tian was also a beginner cultivator, he should be able to see through some things that he couldn't. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian stopped what he was doing. Receiving the jade bottle from Di Tian, he poured out a few medicinal pills. After taking a glance, she slowly spoke to Di Tian. "It's just a few candies. What's so precious about it?" He had thought that it was something valuable, but it was just a few candies. He could have as many of these things as he wanted in his courtyard. Seems like Di Tian's cultivation was truly not good. If not, he wouldn't have been knocked down by the kite back then. After Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was also stunned. After that, he also regained his senses. Senior was cultivating his heart in the mortal world and playing around in the mortal world. Naturally, he had to be like a mortal and take those mundane things. As for these medicinal pills, with Senior's strength, why would he care about them? Senior's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, so he had to cooperate more. With this thought in his heart, Di Tian also threw the jade bottle in his hands onto the ground and started to collect the treasures with Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw Di Tian starting to collect jewelry. Di Tian's days were already not good. Now that he had these jewels, his days should be better. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor, when they saw Di Tian they also threw away the medicinal pills and picked up the treasures. His heart ached. "Master, Senior, if you don't want those pills, you can give them to us. We need them." While the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor were in a daze, Di Tian also slowly said to them, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over to help." After hearing Di Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor also slowly walked over, collecting the treasures on the ground. "Master, do you have to waste those pills and cultivation techniques like this? Collecting them will be a great help when the Divine Court is rebuilt in the future." The Ice Emperor was filled with abandoned medicinal pills as she spoke to Di Tian with some heartache. "Silly. Senior is currently cultivating his heart in the mortal world. How can we disturb his cultivation? Senior values us so much. How can we let him down? As for rebuilding the Divine Court in the future, given Senior's strength, you can have as many pills as you want. When the time comes, won't the pills given by Senior be enough for you?" After hearing Di Tian's words, the Ice Emperor slowly nodded her head. It had to be his master. His thoughts were always one step lower than his master's. It seemed that he had to study hard in the future. At the same time, Xiao Changtian, led by the monkey, also arrived in front of the Demon Emperor relic. "You asked me to come here just to see this." Xiao Changtian looked at the Demon Emperor relic in front of him and slowly said to the monkey beside him. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Monkey slowly nodded his head. Xiao Changtian picked up the Demon Emperor relic from the ground after getting confirmation from the monkey. There didn't seem to be anything special. The quality couldn't compare to the ones in his courtyard. Otherwise, the treasure hunting abilities given by the system were all first class. He would just keep them for the time being. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian also put the Demon Emperor relic into his interspatial ring. This scene was also seen by Di Tian and the others. The Demon Emperor relic. That was an existence whose luck was even higher than his. He wondered what Senior wanted to do with the Demon Emperor relic. Senior's scheme seemed to be very big. Just as Xiao Changtian and the others were still searching for treasures in the cave, Black Tortoise appeared in the air with the fat Rongrong. "Fatty, hurry up. We want to finish this before Master comes out." Black Tortoise sat on the fat Rongrong's head, urging it. Chapter 353 Chapter 353, Senior Black Tortoise Fancy Me, 1. Chapter 353, Senior Black Tortoise Fancy Me, 1. 7v7. The courtyard of the Yellow Python clan. Mo-Ba was beside the birdcage, adding water and food into it. Ever since Xiao Changtian left, Mo-Ba had kept the green luan in the courtyard. After all, he remembered the instructions the black tortoise had given him before he left. At this moment, a stream of light streaked across the sky, following which the fat Rongrong and black tortoise's figures appeared in front of Mo-Ba. "Senior Black Tortoise, you're here?" When Mo-Ba saw Black Tortoise, he hurriedly walked over and bowed to him. "Looks like you've done a good job." The Black Tortoise looked at the birdcage in front of Mo-Ba and nodded in satisfaction. Following that, a green light flew out from the Black Tortoise's body and landed on Mo-Ba's body. When the green light entered his body, Mo-Ba felt his cultivation level improve a little. "Thank you, Senior." Mo-Ba's words were filled with joy as he slowly said to the Black Tortoise, "Go, leave the rest to me." Black Tortoise waved his hand at Mo-Ba. "Fatty, let's go and see how the beauty is recovering." Seeing Black Tortoise's actions, Mo-Ba also walked into the courtyard. Then, Fatty brought Black Tortoise to the birdcage. In the cage, the blue luan was refining the excess true essence in its body. Being locked in this cage, the blue luan could be said to be cultivating all the time. The aura on his body had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Compared to when he left the demon race's main hall, the aura on the green luan's body had also reached the cultivation level of an early-stage godly emperor. If the green luan did not cultivate in this cage, it could explode and die at any time due to excessive intake of true essence. Seeing the Black Tortoise's arrival, a trace of fear flashed across the blue luan's eyes. When she came to the courtyard, she knew that Black Tortoise and Xiao Changtan were in cahoots. At that time, that human had even said that he wanted to eat him. Now, he had reached the godly emperor realm. It was what those humans called fattening up. It was over, it was over. It was not easy for him to reach the godly emperor realm, and he had not even freed his clansmen. Was it going to be gone? Thinking of this, the blue luan in the cage looked at the Black Tortoise with tears in its eyes. At this moment, Black Tortoise also took its own pose. "Beauty, you've been cultivating in this small space for many days. You're almost done, right? I'm here to take you home." Due to the fear in its heart, the blue luan could only hear a few words. "It's about time, right?" Could it be that this Black Tortoise was saying that it could almost cook him? Thinking of this, the blue luan could not stop her tears from flowing down. The Black Tortoise posed for a while and saw that the blue luan did not react at all. Instead, it looked like it was crying. "Fatty, what do you think is wrong with this beauty? Why is she crying again?" With master strength, her illness should be more or less healed. When Fatty heard Black Tortoise's words, he also looked at the blue luan in the cage and said to Black Tortoise on his head, "Boss, according to my analysis, this beauty might be moved to tears when she sees you because you saved her." Hearing Fatty's words, Black Tortoise nodded. "Fatty, you're the one who's getting it. Then let this Sea King free her now and start this Sea King's happy life." As he said this, Black Tortoise also released the blue luan from the cage with familiarity. The blue luan knelt down in front of the Black Tortoise as soon as it came out of the cage. "Senior Black Tortoise, don't eat me, don't eat me." "Eat me?" When the Black Tortoise heard the blue luan's words, it was also stunned. "Who is it? Who is it? You actually want to eat this Sea King's woman? I'll beat you to death." Black Tortoise looked around but did not find anyone. At this moment, the blue luan was also stunned. Senior Black Tortoise wasn't here to eat him. What did he just say? "My woman." At the thought of this, the blue luan's fear dissipated a little. Instead, its face turned red. "Senior Black Tortoise, aren't you here to eat me?" "Eat you? Whoever wants to eat you, I'll beat them up." The Black Tortoise looked at its blue luan and waved its fists in the air. When the blue luan saw the Black Tortoise's appearance, her face became even redder. "Beauty, do you have any wishes? Tell this Sea King and this Sea King will help you fulfill them." The Black Tortoise followed its previous routine and appeared to be indomitable. According to the master's novel, the protagonists saved the women from danger before they married each other. When the blue Luan heard Black Tortoise's words, it also lowered its head. When he was young, he had heard the elders in the clan say that disaster would turn against itself when it reached the extreme. After meeting Li Wushuang, that jinx, he was indeed unlucky. Now was his lucky moment. Senior Black Tortoise had taken a fancy to him. If he could combine with Senior Black Tortoise, with Senior Black Tortoise's strength, it would be a matter of minutes for his clan to recover. Moreover, with Senior Black Tortoise's divine beast bloodline, it didn't seem impossible for her to marry him. At this moment, Black Tortoise saw that the blue Luan in front of him still did not respond for a long time. Could it be that his method was wrong? Just as he was about to ask Fatty something, the green Luan's weak voice sounded. Senior Black Tortoise, the Cyan Phoenix race has indeed encountered some trouble. Hearing that there was trouble, Black Tortoise was delighted. Let's go. If there's any trouble, this Sea King will help you solve it. Then, the blue Luan felt her body fly up. In the air, the blue Luan also told the Black Tortoise about the difficulties that their tribe had encountered. So that's how it is. Leave it to this Sea King. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Tortoise instructed the fat man to bring the blue Luan to the divine world with a swoosh. At the same time, Xiao Changtian and the others also harvested a pile of gold and silver from the cave. Xiao Changtian felt that after today, he would not have to worry about food and drink for a period of time. At this time, Xiao Changtian said to Su Daji, "Dajed, aren't you at the Beast Emperor mountain range? Let's go and visit them now." Previously, when Daji told him that she was coming, it was because her home was in the Beast Emperor mountain range. When he first came to the capital, he was poor and destitute. He only had a broken bamboo basket. It was not good to bring it up to others from the beginning. After all, if Su Daji's father found out that his daughter had such a master, what would he do if he wanted to withdraw from his sect? Then, wouldn't his path to invincibility be opened in the future? However, things were different now. After looting in the cave, Xiao Changtian felt that he was also a real nouveau riche. The paintings that he had personally written, coupled with the jewelry in the cave, could be considered a decent gift. When Su Daji heard Xiao Changtian's words, she nodded at him. Looking into the distance, memories flashed in his eyes. "Master, please follow me." Chapter 354, Chapter 354. Monkey, Just You Wait, 1. Chapter 354. Monkey, Just You Wait, 1. Divine World, Demon Race Hall. Rows of demon beast guards walked past the palace and the square, carrying bricks and mud on their shoulders. After the monkey left, the demonic beast guards began to repair the destroyed palaces. At this moment, a stream of light flew across the sky. Following which, Black Tortoise, the Fat Rong Rong and the Blue Luan appeared in the sky above the Monster Clan's main hall. Seeing the Blue Luan in the air, the demon guards walked over. "Commander Blue Luan has returned." Among the monster race, the difficulties of the Qing Phoenix race were not a secret. Hence, they knew about the relationship between the Blue Luan and the Blood Dragon. In the air, the Blue Luan looked at the demonic beast guards who were building fortifications below with a somewhat stunned expression. It seemed that a battle had just erupted here. Moreover, she could not sense the auras of the Blood Dragon, Qingqiu, and Huang Yuan. Where are Blood Dragon and the others? The Blue Luan came to the front of a demonic beast guard and slowly said to him. Black Tortoise's gaze swept across the land and could not help but say in grief and indignation, "Monkey, just you wait." How could the Black Tortoise not sense the monkey's remaining aura in this world? It seemed that the few demonic beasts that caused trouble for the beauty had all been defeated by the monkey. He was just one step away from winning the beauty's heart. He did not expect Monkey to ruin it like this. After the Blue Luan asked around, she learned about the Blood Dragon's plan and the Divine Monkey's rescue. He came to Black Tortoise's side, and just as he said something to him, Black Tortoise's voice entered his ears. "Stop talking. I know what you want to say. This was all done by that monkey. The black tortoise suppressed the grief and indignation in its heart and slowly said to the blue swan, "What could this beauty say to him? Didn't she just want to say that the monkey saved her and that she had no chance?" After the blue swan heard black tortoise's words, it was also very happy. As expected, that divine monkey was Senior Black Tortoise's friend. Senior Black Tortoise must have wanted to give him a surprise. The blue swan looked at the black tortoise shyly. When the black tortoise saw the blue swan's appearance, it could not help but retract its head. He couldn't stand it anymore. It seemed like this beauty had already been captured by that monkey. Damn it. Thinking so in his heart, Black Tortoise also slowly said to the fat Rongrong at his feet, "Since the problem with the beauty has been solved, Fatty, let's go firsts." Seeing that he did not have a chance, Black Tortoise also called for Fatty to leave quickly. He wanted to go back and settle the score with that monkey. When the blue swan heard that the Black Tortoise was about to leave, she also asked him to stay. "Senior Black Tortoise, are you leaving just like that?" Yes. "Let's meet again if fate allows." Without saying anything else, Black Tortoise commanded the fat Rongrong to fly back to the lower realm. After the Black Tortoise left, the demonic beast guards surrounded the blue swan. "Commander Blue Phoenix, what happened to Senior Black Tortoise just now? Is it related to Senior Divine Monkey?" To these demonic beast guards, it was also very surprising to see two legendary divine beasts in a short period of time. Yes. Senior Divine Monkey is Senior Black Tortoise's friend. The blue swan was still immersed in the surprise that the black tortoise had created and slowly replied, "That's right. Senior Divine Monkey saved everyone from the abyss of suffering. And Senior Black Tortoise is Senior Divine Monkey's friend. They brought Commander Blue Swan back." Could it be that they want Commander Blue Swan to be our new master? After getting the blue swan's confirmation, some of the demonic beast guards began to chatter. "I don't think it's wrong. I feel that the aura on Commander Blue Phoenix's body is even stronger than the aura on Blood Dragon and the others. Without the help of Senior Black Tortoise and the others, how could Commander Blue Phoenix be so powerful? Commander Blue Phoenix will be our new master." Amidst the chattering of the crowd, all the demon beast guards finally reached a consensus. Let the blue swan be their new master. The main thing was that they were now leaderless and needed a leader. Furthermore, seeing the blue swan and the black tortoise arrive together, making the blue swan their master would only increase their reputation in the divine world. Previously, because of the death of Blood Dragon and the others, the shadow of worrying about the enemy swept away. At the same time, in the Beast Emperor mountain range, under Su Daji's lead, Xiao Changtian and his group passed through a forest and arrived at a small village. Arriving at the village, Su Daji pointed at the village and said to Xiao Changtian slowly, "Master, my home is up ahead." Hearing Su Daji's words, Xiao Changtian also looked in the direction of his finger. There was a door made of straw in front of him, and there was a sign hanging on the door. The Nine-Tail Tribe. At this moment, two young girls walked towards them. When they saw Su Daji, they were stunned at first, then they said excitedly, "Princess, you're back." Seeing their excited expressions, Su Daji also walked over to catch up with them. Su Da's expression changed when she heard that the Great Elder was dead and that many powerful demonic beasts had appeared. "Princess, ever since you left, there has been no news of the clan leader." After that group of demon beasts came, they didn't know what was going on, but the Great Elder was killed by them. Later, they occupied this place and many of the sisters in the clan were also violated by them. Seeing that Su Daji's expression was getting worse, Xiao Changtian knew that something had happened to her family. He quickly walked over and said to Su Daji with concern, "Daji, did something happen at home?" Yes, some demon beasts came to our house." It was rare for Su Daji to see Xiao Changtian at home. For a moment, he felt a little uncomfortable when such a thing happened at home. It turned out that there was a ferocious beast in the house. Daji's family lived in the forest, so it was normal for there to be ferocious beasts. He did not know if there were any casualties. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian said to Daji slowly, "Let's not stand here anymore. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Changtian walked in. There were only a few women guarding Daji's house, so there were probably very few men in the village. After he arrived, he had to hurry in and see if there was anything he needed help with. After Xiao Changtian went in, Di Tian and Su Daji looked at each other and followed him. At this moment, in the nine-tailed fox race, a man was also sitting on the throne of the nine-tailed demon race. He was also carrying two women from the nine-tailed fox race by his side, and his hands were moving around their bodies. They were the first demonic beasts of the divine realm to arrive here. Their mission was to guard this place and wait for Qing Qiu and the others' orders. Therefore, they were unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. Chapter 355 Chapter 355 equals just slapping bugs, 1. Chapter 355 equals just slapping bugs, 1. Nine-tailed tribe. In front of the throne of the nine-tailed fox race, a demonic beast hurriedly walked in. "Commander Wasp, there are a few humans outside. What should we do?" "Humans?" Wasp, who was sitting on the throne, frowned when he heard the report. In the deployment of the nine-tailed fox clan, the wasps maintained their original appearance outside. His place should not be discovered by those people from the divine realm. After all, Qing Qiu had told them before that their movements in the lower realm might be noticed by some people in the divine world. What cultivation level is this person? With this thought in mind, the wasp also said to the demonic beast guard. This subordinate took a look from a distance. There was no aura on his body. The demon beast guard below thought for a moment and slowly replied. Upon hearing the demonic beast guard's words, the wasp burst into laughter. Without any aura, he was immortal. Since he was not from the divine realm, there was nothing to worry about. What was there to be afraid of? With this thought in mind, the wasp slowly said to the demonic beast guards below, "It's fine. Let him in." At the same time, the wasp continued to work on his hands. "As long as you serve me well, perhaps I can bring you to the divine world." At this moment, Xiao Changtian slowly walked to the throne of the nine-tailed fox clan. When Xiao Changtian appeared, the chaos ant on his shoulders slowly crawled out. He shook his body casually, and the pressure of the chaos ant spread out. Under this pressure, the wasp on the throne did not have time to react. He felt that he was being suppressed by his bloodline. Their bodies involuntarily turned back into their original forms, and the demonic beasts below were in a similar situation as the wasps. They all turned back into their original forms. Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief when he arrived at the nine-tailed king. He had thought that some ferocious beast had attacked the village. He did not expect it to be just some small insects. In Xiao Changtian's eyes, there were two girls standing beside the throne. There was a bee buzzing in the middle of them. It seemed that they were very afraid of the bee between them. However, it was normal for girls to be afraid of insects. The wasp was still dumbfounded. It felt that it had involuntarily transformed into its original form. And this human in front of him was strange. Everything around him was strange. He glanced at Xiao Changtian and made sure that he didn't have any aura. Huang Feng ordered the demonic beast guards below. "Little ones, kill this mortal for me." He had directly transformed into his original form after this human appeared here. Although he did not know the reason, as long as he killed this human, he would be able to kill him. He would return to normal. With uneasiness in his heart, the wasp led the group of demons and attacked Xiao Changtian. In the eyes of the surrounding nine-tailed fox clansmen, although they did not know why Wasp and the others had suddenly transformed into their true forms. However, in their eyes, many powerful demonic beasts were rushing towards Xiao Changtian. It was over. This human was going to die. When Xiao Changtian first appeared, they thought that their savior had appeared. He didn't expect it to be immortal, and he was even attacked by Huang Feng and the others with their main bodies. There was no way out at all. After all, the attack power of a demon beast in its original form would be doubled. Thinking of this, some of the nine-tailed fox clansmen could not help but close their eyes. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded in their ears. "Till kill you, you stinky bug." Hearing this voice, the nine-tailed foxes could not help but open their eyes and look over. A mosquito swatter appeared in Xiao Changtian's hand. Under his waving, the wasps and the others fell to the ground one by one. That was a divine artifact, a divine artifact. He didn't expect a mortal to have a divine weapons. Seeing Huang Feng and the others fall one by one, the nine-tailed fox clansmen felt a sense of satisfaction. No, these nine-tailed fox clansmen seemed to have thought of something. How could a mortal be able to control a divine artifact? It must be a powerful old monster. They were saved, they were saved. The eyes of the nine-tailed fox clan members were filled with hope as they looked at Xiao Changtun. The wasps, who were constantly dodging the mosquito swat, watched as their subordinates fell one by one. He was already afraid. This mortal in front of him was too strange. There was clearly no aura on his body, but the weapon in his hand was abnormally terrifying. Every strike contained the power of the great Tao. It was not a divine weapon at all. It was an immortal weapon, or something even more powerful than an immortal weapon. Xiao Changtian looked at the insects around him and was a little angry. Sure enough, whether it was his previous life or the cultivation world, insects were everywhere. Although they were small, they were very annoying and liked to buzz in your ears. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also saw the wasps trying to escape. Seeing that the wasp was trying to escape, Xiao Changtian also slapped it. Xiao Changtian was very familiar with the habits of these insects. As long as you didn't kill them in one go, they would fly to your side to disturb you. When Xiao Changtian's palm hit it, Wasp felt the space around him freeze. He could not move at all. No! The wasp roared in its heart. It didn't know what had happened at all and died without knowing why. Xiao Changtian patted his own arm after he had dealt with Huang Feng and the others. Then he saw the surrounding nine-tailed fox clansmen looking at him as if they were looking at a god. "Thank you, senior." A nine-tailed fox woman walked over and said to Xiao Changtian. Then he knelt down in front of Xiao Changtian. Seeing them like this, Xiao Changtian hurriedly stopped her. "It's just a few bugs. I can casually deal with them. Don't mind them." Xiao Changtian's voice slowly sounded in the ears of the nine-tailed fox clansmen. After the nine-tailed fox clan heard this, they looked at Xiao Changtian with even more respect. It seemed that Senior didn't put those insects in his eyes at all. He had treated him as a mortal previously. He was really blind. Xiao Changtian felt a little embarrassed when he saw their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment, Su Daji and the others also walked in slowly. When they saw Su Daji, the nine-tailed foxes were stunned for a moment before they said to Su Daji, "Princess, you're finally back." When Su Daji saw them, she quickly walked over and greeted them. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.